still busy adjusting, right, to the first time these conferences take place. So he's doing a conference for the first time since the lockdown started. His first in-person event. Kind of feels weird, doesn't it? Being in the same room with other people and not being on a Zoom call or a team call with other people virtually. So it's wonderful to be here this morning. My name is Aki Anastasiou. For those of you who don't know me, I've been in the technology world for more than 30 years. I remember registering my first ZA domain a long time ago when the internet first started. I don't want to give my age away, but it's been a while. And what a journey it's been. And been in broadcasting and worked at Prime Media 702 for many years, and technology is something that runs through our blood. So when I got approached about this particular conference, I said, you know what, this is the conference that talks my kind of language. So on behalf of Zadna, welcome to the South African DNS Forum. It's fantastic to be here this morning. The weather is a little bit cold. Who's come from outside of Johannesburg? Anybody from Cape Town, Bloemfontein, KZN? Where are you from, sir? Jeffreys Bay. Wow, that is a long way, eh? You must be missing the sea this morning. Yeah, well, listen, we try to recreate that as much as possible in Gauteng because we've had a lot of rain this December and January. But we are looking forward to a fantastic day, and I think we're going to have lots of robust discussions here, some fantastic panel discussions we're going to have. But the theme this year is building a strong and more resilient South African domain name ecosystem post-COVID-19. And I think the world is entering a very interesting phase when you look at where we are right now, and you look at the incredible amount of investment that's been made, just globally, but particularly on the continent. When you talk about the growth of the internet, we still have a massive digital divide. But you know, I was at a conference in Dubai very recently at the GITEX conference in September last year, and I sat in a few panels with a few ministers from various African countries, and we were just talking about, you know, the continent and what needs to be done, and the incredible growth that's going to happen on the continent. And you know, when you look at the growth of the population on this continent by 2050, you know, the African continent is going to grow by 2.5 billion people, to about 2.5 billion people, and we will have a third of the world's youth on one continent. And if you look at the amount of programs and the amount of data centers, I mean, Google and Facebook both investing and committing $1 billion to building undersea cables. So you can just see that we are increasing at a rapid rate, and you know, the region is going to experience, you know, incredible growth over the next few years. And you know, just in the next 5 years, they estimate that 300 million Africans will be joining the internet for the first time. So these are astonishing numbers, and of course, South Africa has a very mature internet economy relative to the rest of the continent, but still, the amount of growth that is taking place and the amount of people that still don't have access to the internet, growth of e-commerce, etc., over the last few years and the last few months in particular, since the pandemic has started, we are in for some very, very exciting times. So looking forward to engaging with everybody. Remember, we're going to have lunch as well. We'll have a break a little bit later on. Some of the sessions, and by the way, warm welcome to all of you joining us virtually. There's the camera over there that I'm pointing to, so I'm looking at all the delegates. So if you walk past the camera, folks, just wave at them in the virtual room. Say hello. You're missing out on a fantastic breakfast and connecting with people. So welcome to all of you. Of course, you know, we're still in level 1 lockdown, so we do have some sort of regulations, but everything has been followed here when it comes to COVID regulations. So I was just talking about earlier about the different sessions that we're going to be having later today. The agenda and the introductions are all on your tables. You'll find them all there, so please make yourselves afraid with it. And the topics that we're going to discuss, think about some of the questions that you are going to be posing. And at the end of the day, we all need to come out with open mind and thinking about where the future lies with the topic that we are talking about. So please do engage, robust discussion. We want to hear your thoughts, and we want to hear your ideas going forward. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome the non-executive board member of .za Domain Name Authority, Zadna. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Daniel Mashal.
Good morning. Good morning. can't hear myself. You can hear me. Oh, okay, but I didn't hear Peter's clap as well. Peter, you need to, yeah. No, that's a good one. Thank you. No, good morning and welcome to this DNS Forum, DNS Forum. It's really a great pleasure of mine to be here. I'm glad the colleagues, when they thought of the program, they thought of me, because had they not thought of me, due to the schedules that we carry, I might not have been able to make it here. I am, as you have heard, Daniel Mashao. I'm the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment at the University of Johannesburg. We are the largest engineering faculty. We have about 10,000 students. So this period, this time of the year, gets quite busy for us with students coming in and out. So I will not be able to be with you the whole day, but having gone through the program, I really want to say to you, I mean, this is really a fantastic opportunity. I must say congratulations to the CEO and to the ZETNA committees that have organized this, because this is really a fantastic opportunity. You know, it's an opportunity to meet who's who in the internet space. It's an opportunity to mark time. And what I'm talking about there is that I'm looking at 20 years from today, when people look back and say, what are some of the eventful things that took place? And I think this will be one of those eventful event that has taken place, because you really had a time to think about the future and to talk about what is happening. As Akin, our program director, has said, you know, for some of us, this may be the first time we have a face-to-face meeting, and we must say thank you to Omicron. You know, there was a light at the end of the tunnel, and this light at the end of the tunnel is Omicron. It doesn't look like it's a train. It looks like it's a light. It looks like after this, it shall be daybreak. We should be able to meet more often, but we don't really know. And it's quite interesting. If you look at the SARS-CoV-2 virus, it has 30,000 genes. So any change in one of those genes is a new variant. And any change in one of those genes can actually behave different. Omicron is quite unexpected. We were expecting to go through that line of alpha, beta, delta, you know, but we just got a new variant, and this variant, other people call it Mother Nature's vaccination program. I follow the news often, and they say we should be careful to treat it like that, because we don't really know much about it, but it is indeed promising. I see several countries in the world are reducing their COVID regulations and levels, because they believe that Omicron might have vaccinated us. But while we should be happy, we shouldn't be too excited and become too complacent. We still need to follow the protocols. I completed my PhD in 1995 at Brown University in the States. And in 1997, I know some of you are dating yourself, but in 1997, I went to teach at the University of Cape Town as a senior lecturer. And I was Dr. Mashao. And like everybody else, I was really busy. I was offered an opportunity. An opportunity came for me to study a course, a program management course. And I really wondered, you know, I had questions. One of the questions I had is, after you get a PhD, do you still need to, you know, to be studying? You know, I mean, after you got a PhD in a field, do you still really need to go to school? You know, the answer is definitely, because whatever you know is tiny compared to what is to come. So that's the answer to that. But
the other question I had was, what I do with the fact that I was busy. This course was going to take about a day, a week per week. I decided to take the course, and and it was a very interesting course. It was a course on project management. There are many things I learned in that course, and I want to share one of them with you this morning. I learned in that course about PMBOK, project management book of knowledge. I learned about Prince 2. I learned about scheduling. I learned about time and cost, risk, and so on and so forth. But there's one thing that I learned about that course that I think always when I remember that project management course, I do not forget. And that was about resources. I learned about resources that get depleted due to non-use. Now, I think like many of us, we know very well resources that get depleted through use. If we have a mine, it's giving us gold and diamonds and all of those things. As we use that mine, it gets depleted. But in that course, I learned about resources that get depleted due to non-use. And I mean, now when I think about it, it makes sense. And there are many, many of those resources that get depleted because we don't use them. Now, one of those resources is our brains. The less you use it, doesn't get better. The less you read, the less you study, the less you challenge yourself, you don't get better. You get worse. I lived in the US, by the way, where I got my PhD for about 10 years. And because it was very expensive in the US then to get somebody to take care of your children, my 2 children were born in the US. So we decided we were going to get an auntie from South Africa, which we proceeded to do. It was easy then, not now with Trump and all those. It was easy that we got this auntie. And what surprised us in the US, the city council wanted to help us. So they could bring in somebody at home to teach her. And she was saying, no, I left in, well, maybe some of you guys are too young to know that, but there was a certificate called JC, Junior Certificate. Yeah, Standard 8. If you got Standard 8 many years ago, if you got Standard 8, you were able to become a school teacher, you could become a postman, you could do a lot of things, with Standard 8, you knew how to read and write. So she was very proud that when she stopped going to school, she got a JC, and they evaluated her, and then they said she was around grade 3. And she was so annoyed, she didn't take the help that was provided. So I'm giving you that example to let you know that if you don't use that resource called your brain, it doesn't get better. The things you knew are the things of the past. If you want to look at today, for example, 15 years ago, we didn't have a smartphone. Because I was there 15 years ago, we had BlackBerry, and it could only do email, and that was really a big achievement. The iPhone came in 2007. So you can see where we are today, that if you had stayed with the knowledge, maybe the top knowledge that you had in 2007, you wouldn't be able to participate in the world of today, the world of 2022, because you would have been there and the world would have moved on. So the need to keep on studying, the need to keep on using the resources we have continues. You'll probably continue until the last day. I'm telling you this story, not because I want you to know that I'm the first Black South African to get a PhD in electrical engineering, not because I wanted to tell you that. not because I wanted to tell you about my project management course, but because I really wanted to tell you that you have these resources. that if you do not exercise your mind on them, it doesn't help. So today, we as a country have a DNS resource. It's a wonderful resource. It will enable us to connect our people. It will enable us to bring solutions that are not there. And the more we can access all of the things securely and better, we will all benefit from that. So as you are here today, you are here to talk about this resource, look at it, learn from it. I've just looked at the list of the speakers. I really, really want to tell you, I mean, I don't know when we'll ever be able to have a set of speakers of this kind of caliber. You know, the colleagues here didn't go out, put the advert out there and say, anyone wants to just come and talk, you know, can you please? No, they didn't do that. They selected people who are leaders in the field, people who are dealing with what is happening right now. So you are really privileged. And I really want to encourage you today to use that opportunity to participate, to debate, to use your brain, to think about it. And as you do that, to make this a better forum. I'm really, I'm really inspired. I wish I was telling Peter that, you know, I really wish this was on a day when I didn't have a lot of meetings, because I would stay the whole day. I'll try to meet as many people. Some of these people, I just see their articles, you know, in magazines. I've never met them. I like to see them. I like to hear how they think of ideas. And today you have an opportunity. Please use it, and welcome to the ZEDNA DNS Forum of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And what a wonderful welcome. And Prof, you really got my mind thinking there when you started talking about the BlackBerry device. And yes, it wasn't that long ago. And don't worry, you didn't give your age away, because I was looking around the room and there were some people that knew exactly what a BlackBerry was. You didn't know what a BlackBerry was, right? Your parents had one. Well, there's the answer we were looking for. But it's extraordinary when you think of what the Prof raised with the iPhone, for example, and the BlackBerry. You know, it wasn't that long ago. 2007 is what, 12 years ago, Prof? And, you know, when Apple launched the iPhone, you know, the rest of the competition laughed at them and said, who's going to use a phone that you have to touch on the screen to do what you want? And BlackBerry at the time, of course, were the market dominants. And, you know, they said to themselves, you know what, nobody's going to touch us. We've got the smartphone market wrapped up. And look at where they are today. They're actually not even in existence anymore as an organization. So careful what you wish for as an organization. So one of the people that I have a huge amount of respect for, we were on a panel just recently, and he's got some very strong beliefs on where we should be going with connectivity and technology, and what needs to happen to empower us as a continent. And it's a warm welcome virtually to deliver our keynote address, none other than Andile Ngapa, who is the founding partner and chairman at Convergence Partners Investment. Andile, a warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Please take it away.
Good morning, everybody, on this.
Okay, slight technical issue which we are resolving. This is the thing when you have these events that are half virtual and half live in person. I guess it's all of these things that we are going to be adjusting to. Are you ready with Andile? Okay, fantastic. We're just busy setting it up. For those of you who've just joined us, as I mentioned earlier, the day will progress. We've got some seating over here, which is going to be for all the panel discussions that we're going to have. Some of them are going to be virtual. We are planning on taking a lunch break at about midday, and then we'll have another break at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we hope to be wrapped up by 4:30 this afternoon. So that's basically the agenda. It is on your tables if you've just joined us. Do make yourselves comfortable. So, Andile, are you ready for us?
Good morning, everybody, on this last day of January 2022. It's again a great honor for me to be invited by ZETNA leadership and staff and management to come and talk to you after 20 years when ECT Act was passed by Parliament and the creation of ZETNA. It is, again, I want to thank all the participants who are here today, both online and face-to-face, for really attending this inaugural forum, basically. This is a great event. This is a great process that ZETNA has started. It is something that is long overdue because of the discussions that are taking place worldwide in the area of DNS or internet and internet governance in general. There is no better time to start such a forum than today. As I start my presentation, I will take you through the memory lane to talk about the historical context to domain name system. As you probably know that, just before 1998, there were INET conferences that were held in Malaysia, in Cambridge, in different parts of the world. Those INET conferences led to the establishment of ICANN in 1998 as a global multi-stakeholder body where private sector, government, and various organizations, non-profit organizations, public benefit organizations, all gathered together to create this. And this came out as a result of a white paper, basically, that was published in June of 1998. And ICANN then was established, basically, with a very clear responsibility, to be that custodian of various internet resources, i.e. names and numbers on a worldwide basis. And then ICANN then has since 2000 worked with managers of whether you call it CCTLDs or TLDs or GTLDs, that have been established for countries and territories, or those who operate generically in the world. And then GAG, Government Advisory Body, or Government Advisory Council, was then established to serve as a voice and a platform for governments in the global internet policy environment. And then, we were lucky then to actually chair GAG, I think, in those early years, somewhere in 2001 or somewhere there, as a country. So as of mid-2013, the advisory committee, for instance, had over 125 nations from about 4 nations in early 2000, where South Africa was part of. So Country Code Name Support Organization, CCNSO, then is a very important body where more than 135 country code names are very active in such organizations. So historically, therefore, ZETNA came as a result of that. So government relationships and responsibilities, right, are more complex and need to consider, amongst other factors, economic, language, culture, legal issues. Again, the issues of culture and legal issues are very important. I mean, we all know if we take this into the South African environment. Now, just, I mean, as you see in the slide, I mean, that the domain name system basically covers a number of areas, i.e., you know, regional internet registry, basically, and GTLDs or CCTLDs, or, you know, and using the old language. And, you know, these are extremely very important organizations. And therefore, the role of ZETNA is extremely very, very important. So, now, I must say though that if I just take a detour and talk a little bit about the birth of regional internet registry, in this case, basically, that Africa struggled at the beginning, you know, to establish, for instance, the regional internet registry in the form of Afrinic, thanks to South Africa for putting resources and through the CSIR, and be able to, for instance, help in the establishment of Afrinic. That is, I mean, this process started somewhere around in 2002-3, and then it led to incorporation of Afrinic in 2004. But the embryo, the genesis of this was at CSIR and funded by the then Department of Communications, or what today is called DCDT. So, I mean, for instance, we really, you know, worked very hard to try and do this, and basically. So the community-based participation in policy and related decision-making became very critical to government on a global and regional internet basis. Next. So now coming to South Africa, basically, I think it's important to go back again and talk about how this happened. I mean, as we all know, I talked about earlier, you know, the birth of ICANN. In South Africa at the time, I mean, we had a gentleman called Mike Glory, who basically started the internet connection, you know, based in the Eastern Cape at Rhodes University. And then Uninet and Mike Glory, who administered the ZA domain until the establishment of ZETNA, or just a year or two after, basically is the one who was responsible for this. I must say that there was quite a robust debate in the late 90s, where we argued that you need a body like ZETNA to be able to do this. This function cannot be done by an individual, basically, because remember what I said, you are dealing with culture, you are dealing with language, you are dealing with, you have to have diversity in the way in which internet resources are managed. They cannot have one dominant language or dominant culture in the way these resources are managed, basically. And accountability is very critical to users and the industry on the performance and operational capability. So encouraging greater participation in society in the domain name space is very critical. Provinces, various parts of the country, urban, rural, academic, business, NGOs, you know, you name it. We cannot have this resource almost dominated by a small group of people. ZETNA's role was to ensure that diversity, was to ensure that plurality, was to ensure that this entire ecosystem must represent, you know, the aspirations of people of the country. In the same way as we say, the role of ICANN is multi-stakeholder. There is no single stakeholder must find, you know, itself dominant in the internet ecosystem against others, in the way in which we manage these resources, both names and numbers. So operating and managing in a national and global interest since that date is very critical. I mean, we have to basically make sure that we can, do things in the best interests of the community, of various stakeholders. Now, ZEDNA then, as a statutory body, we all know that manages, name resources of the country, administers and regulates issues of licensing in terms of the Act, complying with international best practice. I think it is really important for ZEDNA to, as we mark the 20th anniversary of this legislation and intent ZEDNA must sit down and reflect over the last 20 years and then be able to say, where should South Africa be by 2030 or 2035? I mean, we have to do things differently. We must respond to AI, we must respond to IoT, we must respond to rural needs, we must respond as ZEDNA, as a country, to the changing environment. So if I just go back to the previous slide, just to tell you a little bit more about it. So for instance, I mean, these arrangements, these operational arrangements, are due for review in light of the maturing domain namespace, as I've said, IoT, IPv6, etc., the mobile devices, because when ZEDNA was established, we didn't have this level of penetration. And therefore, the voices of various people in the country is very critical in the way in which ZEDNA will set, the next 10 years of growth, basically. The Alliance for the Future of Internet. I mean, as you might have seen, I know that the US-led initiative, is busy looking at the future of the Internet. We cannot deny, colleagues, that there are tensions in the world in the area of the internet. Where do we stand as a country? Basically, we need to address our own internal issues. We need to participate in regional debates and global debates as a united South Africa. Now, if you look today, the majority of people who who have internet, I mean, it's African Black people in particular. And therefore, we need to make sure that, all these people, have access and are involved in participation. So these are some of the developments that are taking place in the US next. So same as in Europe. Europe, for instance, adopts what is called the Digital Services Act, and the Digital Markets Act. And then again, just a few days ago, European Parliament adopted this. Now, these are very important to be understood today, basically, because of, what Europe is trying to do to create a safer space, basically. Now, a lot of things have changed in the last 20 years. It is for this reason that we need to begin to take a step back and say, where are we, basically, as a country, as a region, basically. The EU describes this digital services as a large category of online services, from simple websites to internet infrastructure services and online platforms. Now, these are some of the issues that ZEDNA must be familiar with and the community must be. Same as, the POPIA Act in South Africa, and what is it all about, and what does this mean, basically, for our industry? What does it mean for the internet industry? And it's a critical element, at this point in time, basically. Essentially, set out the rules and practices with which must be followed when processing information about individuals, grant rights to individuals in respect to information, create an independent regulatory environment. All these things have been done. Again, the information regulator, ZEDNA, ICASA, and all these bodies, we have to sit as an industry and say, there are overlaps in some areas, and there are differences in some areas. We need, as we build this digital ecosystem and the future where Internet of Things, where cloud, where all these things will dominate our lives, right? When these organizations have, I mean, CASA was set up in year 2000, I mean, and as I've said, ZNA in 2002, the world has changed to be this cloud platform, to be this environment driven basically by OTT, by cloud, by edge, by AI. Now, we need to understand the POPIA landscape, right? The compliance issues basically as defined in the slide. You know, we need to understand, you know, the relevant and practical approaches. We need to understand issues, for instance, of the entire, what I call the supply or the value chain. So the global internet governance is going through a lot of debate. That debate within Europe and the US and China. I mean, there's debate, I mean, in what's happening in Eastern Europe and Western Europe, that debates in the continent. I mean, we need as a country to start to take the issue of governance. The internet governance today not only is focused in the model that came out of WSIS, both Geneva and Information Society debate of Geneva and Tunisia, but there are new issues. I mean, take ransomware as an example. For instance, cross-border crime, websites that are involved in, you know, a variety of things, such as illicit flows, such as, you know, issues of child abuse, I mean, women abuse. How do we as society, as we build this digital environment, make sure that governance is something that is respecting human rights, you know, adhering to constitutionalism and a lot of things. So the distributed model will help guard against over-regulation on one side of social media, but we need this multi-stakeholder environment. The world is no more about telecoms now, it's about the internet. The world of telecoms is almost now going into the archives, as the way telegraph basically went into the archives. I've talked about data sovereignty. These are debates today that are conducted by countries. I mean, when you talk about, for instance, data sovereignty, the issues of websites, the issues of IoT, the issues of cloud, of hyperscale data centers, of edge data centers, of platforms, these are realities. I mean, how do you talk about data sovereignty on one side when on the other side the world is going to global platforms? We are getting into this contradiction in terms, and therefore the ZNAs need to participate in these debates. ZNA must be active in all this understanding of what these have to do with a society. South Africa is becoming a destination of data centers, is becoming a global hub. This hub is not only for data of South Africa, it's the data of the continent and the major markets. How do we then address these issues? So there is a growing concern of Africa being data stored outside the continent. However, I mean, we need to build data centers. We need to make sure that, you know, edge data centers exist in Africa and hyperscale data centers. Thanks. I mean, look, on the other side, the world is also moving into blockchain, right? We all know this. I mean, the fact that, you know, blockchain is driving the future, basically. We have seen, for instance, NF domains, I mean, is a name service and platform that will enable Algorand as an example, for instance. And so you could have, for instance, Algo and Algorand standard assets, which is ASA, using readable domain names like andile.algo, or this is easy to type and remember, right? And NF domains will provide identity tokens called NF domains, for instance, and that enable the host of metadata and identity features, allowing users to attach their avatars on social media, etc. I mean, this is set to be launched this year sometime. Now, blockchain is changing. Crypto is changing. The internet is very, very different. Now, as I get into conclusion, we all know that there is Web 3.0. Web 3 domains are different from the traditional DNS address systems. I mean, like Amazon, or for instance, the new stack.io. Instead of providing a human readable and a more memorable set of characters as a stand-in for IP addresses, a Web 3 domains is a human readable address that stands on, for your crypto wallet. Ethereum name services is a blockchain, for instance, protocol. So the world is changing. And what is going to be the role of the likes of Zetna in this new world? There's a debate about domainless internet, for instance. I mean, in this world of stateful and stateless environment. So we really need to begin to think about the platform economy. We need to think about, platform society. We need to think about, the world of blockchain, the world of NFTs. We need to think about the new world of Web 3.0 as we get into the future. So in conclusion, I really would like to thank Zetna as we celebrate 20 years of this body for starting this debate and forum. And I really think that Zetna must begin to think either, for instance, a white paper defined as 2030, where are we going from here? And facilitate that conversation amongst communities in order to make sure that cultural diversity is defined in the Constitution in South Africa, that all our 9 provinces, all our languages participate in this debate. We cannot have a monopoly in this environment. It is the role of Zetna to come up with a licensing regime as defined in the legislation to address these issues, basically. So this is a call that I'm putting across, and thank you again, basically, for inviting me to talk to you this morning. I will be around again lunchtime, if there may be questions for me to answer. Thank you, and have a great event.
Wow. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to Mr. Andile Ngqaba, who is always so inspirational to listen to. And so, I just cannot tell you how much time I've got for him and his mind and his vision for the future of this country and the future of the continent. So looking forward to engaging with him a little bit later this afternoon. We move now to our first panel discussion, but just before we move to our first panel discussion, if you are joining us virtually and you're on Zoom, please make sure that you are muted because we're hearing all sorts of noises in the background. And I was watching the eyes of the conference members listening live, and we were all wondering where exactly was that noise coming from and what exactly were they doing. And we're not going to have any comments, but it did sound like there was a flushing loo somewhere. Let's leave it there. We've all been there with those virtual conferences, right? People don't know where you are in the house, right? And you're pretending you're working. In the meantime, you're sitting with your shorts and you're having coffee and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Virtual conferences. I can't wait to see the end of them, right? Let's hope this COVID situation moves pretty swiftly along. Now, our first panel this afternoon, it's session 1. We are going to be talking about managing key internet infrastructure. We're going to talk about resources, enhancing the multi-stakeholder model of internet policy making and governance in South Africa. And it's a great honor, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the moderator of this particular panel. It's none other than Advocate Zanyiwe Ntatisi Asare, who's the director at Digitally Legal. So please come and join me on stage. Welcome to you, Advocate. And Advocate Asare will be joined by Mr. Neil Dundas, who's the CEO of the Domain Name Services Pty Limited. And unfortunately, Ms. Veronica Motlautsi, who's the non-executive board member, is not able to join us this morning, but Mr. Jabulani Nhlapo, Chief Strategist, Network and Internet Security for CETA, will be joining us on this particular conference. So come up and join us. Good morning to you, Advocate. How are you doing? Have you been mic'd up already? Not yet, eh? Okay, so we'll bring the microphones over there and everybody can make themselves comfortable. And we are just missing one more guest. Who are we missing? Are we missing Neil is here? Is Jabulani going to be joining us for this? Where's Jabulani? Is Jabulani joining us virtually? Oh, Jabulani, there you are. You are joining us virtually. How are you, Jabulani?
Good, and how are you?
It's good to have you with us. Where about in the country are you?
I'm in the Far East Rand in Benoni.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Listen, it's wonderful to have you with us. I guess this is the new way of doing conferences. On this side, Jabulani, we have got the moderator who's going to be Advocate Zaniwe Ntatisi Asare, who is sitting right here with us live. And next to her is Mr. Neil Dundas, the CEO of the Domain Name Services Pty Limited. So without any further ado, Advocate, I'm going to hand it over to you. Here we go. It's on.
Is it on?
Yes, it is. Just talking to it. Yeah. Can we have some volume on the microphone, please?
Okay.
There we
Oh,
go. Yes,
fantastic. I can hear me.
Let's test yours, Neil. Okay, give a volume on the second one as well, please. Oh, it is on. There we go. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Morning, everyone. How are you all? Guys, that's not good. Can we try again? Morning, everyone. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this morning. And I'm quite excited to introduce my panel and to talk on this really pertinent topic of key infrastructure, critical infrastructure management from a South African perspective. I'm going to first ask the gentleman on my left, a colleague of mine that I see everywhere now. I think he's kind of stalking me. Jokes. Just to introduce himself, and then we'll allow the gentleman online just to do that. Just for.
Hi, everyone. My name's Neil Dundas. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the DNS Services. Sorry, that's Domain Name Services Pty Limited. We're a technical registry service provider to the ZA Central Registry and the ZA Domain Name Authority. And I've been involved in the domain name industry since the late 90s. I'm very involved with co.za in particular, but other second level domains and .za. And I've got to know quite a lot of other stakeholders and people in the industry. So I'm quite happy and honored to be here today and to contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And could we please have our online guest really living out our, new virtual reality out here? Just to give a brief introduction, who you are, what you do, just for the benefit of the audience today.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Jabulani Nhlapo, newly appointed Chief Strategist, looking after networks and internet security at CETA. I've been in the networks environment for the past 12 years, working for different companies, private sector, mostly in the financial sector, to be precise. And I'm looking forward to this discussion and hoping that after this session we'll have a clear understanding of how can we better improve the environments of where we're working. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I think we've got a really good balance of private sector and government representation on the topic. So I'm going to start by firstly asking, do we have any presentations that we'd like to share? If not, we can go right into, the dialogue, the questioning, and really just getting an understanding of this topic and delving into the meat of it.
I have some slides, but I don't know how easy it is to share them with everyone. But I'm happy just to talk about them in general, if that would suit everyone. Looks like we might have lost the projector. So it's already up to you how you want to run with this. We can talk to it, or if there's an opportunity, I can put some slides up and share them on on the Zoom room.
Okay, that's not an issue. I just want to confirm, can you hear me online?
Loud and clear.
Okay. All right, so let's start with this. Maybe we can start with you, Neil. What is your definition of key or critical infrastructure? Let's have you start that conversation, and then I'll have a follow-up question. What is a multi-stakeholder approach to managing this key infrastructure, in your opinion?
Okay, so it's one of those subjects that is so broad when you're presented with it, and you draw a couple of automatic conclusions because we're involved in the industry on a daily basis. We just assume everything we do is critical and it's critically important to the internet. And we answer that question that whatever we're doing is part of critical infrastructure. But I think we do need to take a step back and look at the bigger picture in terms of, what are we trying to get with when we talk about key or critical internet infrastructure? And where does this term come from? What's the genesis of all of it? And if we can answer that, we can also then answer subsequent questions of whether the DNS in particular and .za with a further focus is also critical infrastructure. So what I basically did is I had an automatic assumption that the domain name system, the stuff that we work on, registry systems, these are all part of critical infrastructure, and there's a knock-on effect if something is disrupted when it comes to those functions. But taking a step back, let's have a look at critical infrastructure as a whole. And to me, from what I've seen in terms of research papers and articles, critical infrastructure is basically infrastructure and functions that are so vital to the interests of a country that their incapacitation or destruction would have a debilitating effect on the country's security, on public health and safety. So that's quite a criteria that you need to achieve in order to qualify as what is generally understood as critical infrastructure. Another definition that I've come across is that critical infrastructure is essential for maintaining society and the disruption of which will impact society and the economy. Okay, so let's use that as the criteria by which we judge whether the issues that we're working on, internet in particular, falls within that category of critical infrastructure. Because if it does, we can then look at consequences, risks, and threats that would be applicable to critical infrastructure. What I did is when I was looking into the subject matter is I came across an interesting case study in the US. And the US federal government has created an agency called the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It's a bit of a mouthful, but their acronym is CISA. A very interesting agency that's created by the US government specifically to look at critical infrastructure. And so basically, CISA has been established to take the lead on the US national effort to understand, manage, and reduce risk to cyber and physical infrastructure. And CISA in particular has identified 16 sectors that constitute critical infrastructure. And out of those 16 sectors, communications and information technology constitute 2. So other than public safety, defense, health, water and sanitation, communications and information technology are earmarked and focused on as critical infrastructure sectors. And they specifically focus plans and stakeholder interaction around those sectors in order to protect that critical infrastructure. So that tells me that the type of industry we're involved in, the ICT type of industry and the internet industry, has already been earmarked in countries like the US and protection. So according to CISA, when they're looking at something like information technology and determining how that is critical infrastructure, businesses and governments, academia and private citizens are increasingly dependent upon the functions and infrastructure of the information technology sector. The IT sector is therefore central to the well-being of the nation's security, economy, public health, and safety. So they're basically placing ICT at the center of a lot of critical infrastructure.
So I'm going to stop you there, and I'm going to let our colleague online jump in there. So I think you've really mapped out quite nicely the intersections of, health, safety and security, ensuring that, we stay on the grid, so to say. You've really, you've drawn that up. And I think I'd like us to hear from a government's perspective, what does critical infrastructure look like? And I'd like us to, within your definition, also look at when we talk about infrastructure from a very traditional sense, we speak about investment, we look very long term. And as you're speaking, there's this evolving nature, ever evolving and rapidly changing nature of ICTs. What does that look like from a government perspective, especially, being the main investor in this infrastructure that we're talking about? Could you give us a definition that involves that?
Thank you. I think maybe I should start by saying the ability to develop and create has been at the heart of that ZNAM space, if I can put it that way, and it is growing remarkably within the society in SA, and the internet on its own has a long-regarded diversification of infrastructure, and it's a critical element in its architecture and its very founding of the network. So we're trying to get an infrastructure that will be a self-healing infrastructure that is not reliant or that will have a single point of failures, because that's the only way to be able to sustain in terms of getting security and moving forward in terms of your network security. Because the only important thing that is needed, and DNS also does that, is that we get resources which are very with different platforms and different applications that won't rely on using a singular type of device. If you have your servers, if you have your devices in your network, they need to be at least redundant, and not only physically so, but let it be redundant in terms of the different platforms they're using, the different applications. You can have your one primary server that's using a single technology in terms of processing your information, and have a secondary one using another one, so that we can avoid the vulnerabilities in terms of cyber attacks. So I think in our point of view, we are looking into diversifying and also having a redundant setup that will be a self-healing network, or a network that will avoid a great single point of failures.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Nhlapo. I think we'll get into redundancy and strategy around new technologies towards the end. I want to ask you guys a very interesting question. At least I think it's interesting. If I were to put out a scenario, let's reverse engineer the topics. The topic is management of key or critical infrastructures and using a multi-stakeholder approach. So you delved into it. Oh, well, not delved into it, you touched on it quite slightly in the beginning. About what the world would look like. What would the world look like with lack of not even adequate management, but lack of key infrastructure management? What are we exposed to? What are the risks for the individual? So from a civil society perspective, what are the risks for private sector? What are the risks for government and really the country at large? If you could give us your view, and I'd also like to hear Mr. Nhlapo's view, because I think the best way of learning is knowing what could go wrong if we don't invest in this particular topic or do the right thing. So what's your view, Neil?
Okay, so I think we've come to the conclusion now that the internet constitutes critical infrastructure, and the one thing that we need to appreciate is that it's become a delivery vehicle for essential services globally. And not just in the South African context, not just essential services, the internet is also used for economic and social growth and development. So that it has a social impact as well. So it makes it even more important. It makes the impacts of a disruption even broadly felt. But there's also an interdependency between other critical sectors, like let's say international trade, transport, on the internet. So if something had to happen to critical internet infrastructure, it could have a knock-on effect on other sectors, on the broader economy, on the broader society. So the internet is very, very pivotal, not just in its own right for the type of service that it provides, but it's a linchpin position in terms of the broader society and economic structures. So from that perspective, the implications of a failure on the internet from internet infrastructure can be quite widespread. Some of the risks that you've raised, or threats, let's call it, threats to critical internet infrastructure. And there I agree with Mr. Tlhapwe that you have to actually look at resiliency and security of this infrastructure, because technologies change, there are threats and failures, it's dynamic, it will change. So you need to be on top of it, and you need to build up a very sound, robust defense against failures or disruptions to your critical internet infrastructure. But some of the threats would include obvious things like hardware and equipment failures. The internet is made up of many, many routers and machines, connections and databases, and they're susceptible to hardware failures and equipment failures. You have to harden your infrastructure to be able to deal with those failures. Natural disasters is another one. We've seen natural disasters impacting the internet in other countries, tsunamis and volcanoes and these type of things. Cyber attacks. Now, when we think of cyber attacks, we're automatically thinking of cybercrime. And it is a huge element, and it does impact a lot of commercial rights and a lot of individuals out there. But when I talk about cyber attacks, I'm also thinking about it from a country perspective, about one country launching a cyber attack against another country, trying to disrupt critical infrastructures by targeting internet infrastructure. That's a possibility. How do you harden those systems so that, and make them more resilient, so that you can defend as a country against other countries? There's just two more others. Energy and telecommunications outages is another major threat for critical infrastructure. And then the cascading effect within the ICT sector itself. In other words, if you take down one part of an ICT network or the internet, it can affect another part. And then lastly, and interestingly enough, human factors. Human factors pose a significant threat to critical internet infrastructure. And there's a research paper that says that up to 50% of internet disruptions are actually caused by human-related failures. So there's a lot of threats that apply to the critical internet infrastructure. And these are the threats in a multi-stakeholder process that you need to focus on and try bringing a bit more robustness and resilience into those systems.
Okay, great. So hyperconnectivity, organizational elements, technical elements. So we're looking at the human factor, we're looking at the hardware itself. Mr. Tlhapwe, I'd like your view. What anarchy, what world would we be living in if we did not have adequate management of critical infrastructures, at least from a government perspective? And I know that I'm nitpicking on you, but I'd like us to also speak about, the definition of data sovereignty. Would data fall under the definition of key infrastructure in the world that we live in? Mr. Tlhapwe? Yeah, you're on mute.
Yes, sorry about that. Oh yes, thank you for the question. I think firstly, what I'd like to highlight, and I'd just like to say, I think the world has evolved a lot in terms of technology, and everyone, including kids as early as 5 years, they rely on technology. And if we, as human beings, we don't have a technology or that will be resourceful to our generation, and we don't get access to it as much or as often as we want to, obviously we'll have a whole lot of issues in terms of surviving in our daily normal routines, because I think we've already depending on technology a lot. And most of the things that for us to secure this critical infrastructures, we need to have an infrastructure that will not cause us to lose revenue whenever there's issues. Because if there's issues within the infrastructure, if our data is not clearly protected, we'll lose business. Secondly, we'll lose clientele. If you are servicing a customer and your infrastructure is forever failing and you don't give them the service that they require, they'll definitely move from you to another a service provider that will provide them with what they need. And that's what we see also in our sector as well, that if a client is not happy, they'll definitely move to a better client. And we need to get the systems that we protect the data with as much as we can, manage it correctly, so that we invest in automated systems, so that we don't have to have a more manual or human intervention as much as possible, because automation, it's where we're moving, and it helps because it gives your network a self-healing network, a network that will be resilient, a network that will avoid having a human intervention where it might cause issues or maybe downtimes in terms of management.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Nhlapo, I think we're having slight difficulty hearing you. The audio quality is not too great, but I'm going to ask the last question that I asked you to Neil here on my side. Neil, data and data sovereignty, does that fall under critical infrastructure?
So again, the way you would answer that is you would look at the criteria we've established, and that is whether that data, if it was compromised or disrupted in some form or another, would have an impact on society or the economy. And if the answer is yes, then yes, it would be critical infrastructure. My guess would be there would certainly be elements of data out there, large swathes of data that would fall into that category. But, and I just want to make this point, because it's about critical internet infrastructure, because the way the internet has been created, because of the way it's administered and develops, there's a huge amount of interdependence and interconnection. So you can't just look at securing critical infrastructure in one place. It's broadly widespread. That's what makes the multi-stakeholder approach to managing critical infrastructure so important. It's because it's not in one place. You can't just put a wall around it and try and protect it. The network is as strong as its weakest point, basically. So, if you're looking at a natural event or a malicious event like a cyber attack, they're going to target the weakest points, and that's going to have a knock-on effect to other points. And that could be, data could be that weakest point. And that could impact broader things. Think of bringing down the financial services sector. It's quite conceivable that if you attack a particular component of critical internet infrastructure, that you could have a huge impact on the financial services sector, on the economy, on the stock exchange, banking, on social services. So the implications are huge. It's just finding that vulnerable point and exploiting it. Or it could just happen to you. It could be a natural disaster, as I said, or human factor. So the issue of critical internet infrastructure is trying to get a broad resilience across that network, all the different elements, trying to get multiple stakeholders who are running their own networks, public networks, getting them to work together to make it more resilient and dependable, so that there's no the weak points are far and few between.
So let's jump into that. We'll try Mr. Nhlapo just shortly. So we're speaking about resilience, we're speaking about patching, we're speaking about figuring out these weak points, and this comes with capacity. We know that Africa has a human capital index shortage when it comes to IT, ICTs, and the specialties that you're speaking about. What are we doing as South Africa, at least from a private sector perspective, and also through this to Mr. Nhlapo, to create that capacity and to ensure that we're not outsourcing for these kind of jobs, and we're not outsourcing for that insight from a South African perspective? What are we doing from a private sector perspective? We'll go to you, and then we'll go to Mr. Nhlapo shortly.
So, I'm not completely against the concept of outsourcing or getting in different skills. I think the answer is more not trying to do this by yourself. And collaboration, coordination is key. Multi-stakeholder basically is key to actually getting to the bottom of these things. So whether you're looking after your particular part of the internet or your ICT infrastructure, you also want to help your neighbor and their neighbor and their neighbor firm up their parts of the infrastructure so that you can rely on each other. And that case study I mentioned in the beginning, CISA, the US federal agency, they actually put themselves out to be a coordinator in a multi-stakeholder environment. So that's the real power that they've identified in protecting critical infrastructure, and that is bringing people together from all different sectors, from the private sector, from the public sector, academia, bringing them together so that they can collectively identify the weak points and then address them as a collective. And I think that's where the discussion must be elevated, as opposed to, whether you're doing it yourself, if you have the requisite skills. You need to look at the bigger picture when it comes to things like this. Obviously, you need to look on in your own living room first, and you need to make sure you got your stuff sorted out. And you need to develop skills around, like I said, human factors do contribute to a large amount of disruptions to critical infrastructure. So you definitely get the right skills on board. Definitely make sure that there's continual skills development and evolving of those skills, because these threats change every day.
Thank you. Mr. Nhlapo, so networking, cyber resilience, what are we doing to ensure that from a software perspective, or at least, even the hardware perspective, what are we doing from a capacity building viewpoint as South Africa?
I think firstly we need to invest on proper equipment that will be useful in terms of having a durability and sustainability, and also we design for growth. Because if we don't design for growth, we'll have issues in terms of having whenever we have issues in terms of capacity in the equipment we need, we won't be able to survive as an organization. The systems may crash. The systems will go to a point where they can't even handle the ever-growing load that is set to them, and especially when it needs to, even on just to touch on what you just asked. I'm not sure whether I can answer on that as well, in terms of of keeping the individuals in the organizations, and make sure that how do we not outsource. And the only thing that comes to mind, it's upskill. It's investing in your employees to acquire knowledge, to attend as much as conferences as possible, and we need not to be afraid to have labs. Let's have labs in our environment. Let the employees come and play around and break stuff in the lab, and knowing that whenever they acquire that knowledge, it will be easy to be used in the live environment, production environment, if you can put it away. And after they've acquired that, they can give something back to the organization, while they also they upskilling themselves as individuals.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nhlapo. So I think both of you touched on something that can lead us to the jurisdictional elements of managing critical infrastructure. So we say we want a multi-stakeholder approach. We're agreeing that we need to be open with, investing in our own, human capacity from a capabilities perspective, but also being open to getting skills from outside, right? Jurisdictional elements. So we are speaking about data, really. If we think about critical infrastructure, we speak about the protection of data, protection of hardware, protection of all sorts, right? Jurisdictional issues. Our legislation currently doesn't really speak to the model that you just spoke to, Neil, right? From a protection perspective. What do we do to enhance? And I'll use a small example. So for instance, multi-stakeholder approach internally, the protection of personal information speaks about ensuring that the individual within this organization understands how to use whatever investments that you've placed in your organization, whether it be hardware, whether it be cybersecurity software, whatever it is, ensure that everybody within your organization understands what you've invested. Now, how do we ensure that our people within South Africa understand what that means from a jurisdictional perspective?
Very difficult question. I'm not sure I have the answer to it, but I think I'll walk that back a little bit and just say that, again, when it comes to critical internet infrastructure, and data might be a part of that. We operate in an environment. The internet works in an environment that's transported. A lot of the people that help build the internet in South Africa and internationally have cooperated with each other for many, many years, and this has led to the formation of this fantastic infrastructure that we use today in so many different spheres. So I think being aware about national issues and international issues, standards, policies, having that knowledge, continuously evolving that knowledge is important to help you manage your part, your own corporate infrastructure. And that's, again, I want to come back to the multi-stakeholderism, because it's really about bringing these different skill sets together and having discussions and engagements, and then coming up with a collective point of view that you can go and implement independently from each other. So the Internet Society, if I can just make a remark, the Internet Society has actually got a very good model when it comes to the multi-stakeholder approach, because remember that the Internet's created on a multi-stakeholder system. The Internet Society says the multi-stakeholder approach works best in issues where decisions impact a wide and distributed range of people and interests, the Internet. There are overlapping rights and responsibilities across sectors and borders, the multi-jurisdictional issue that you've just mentioned. There are different forms of expertise needed, such as technical expertise. And the legitimacy and acceptance of decisions directly impacts implementation. So this is why you would use a multi-stakeholder approach, is to get this legitimacy, to get the knowledge and the skills all on board, and to come up with solutions that are then implemented across the board, that there's buy-in to these solutions. So that's the nub of why multi-stakeholderism is so critical to hardening and making the internet infrastructure more resilient. You need all of these skills and these different points of view together to share knowledge and to come up with action plans and then to implement it in a legitimate way.
Absolutely, I agree. Good answer to a question you wanted to throw away. But Mr. Nhlapo, what would your take on that be?
I think firstly, in terms of the integrity of data and having the employees to adhere to the way of doing things, especially in the organization. Firstly, one must implement a network management system whereby you manage your devices to keep all records of who's accessing these services, who's accessing a certain device, where and when, and what changes have they done, so that you can be able to track and be able to understand in terms of which employees are not maybe adhering by the rules and regulations. And I think also it's when it comes to data as well, and data privacy and protection. That's why we have a whole lot of companies, including us as well. We have this hesitation or doubt to move everything to your cloud service providers, because we think a whole lot about the safety of our data. So we end up having those hybrid setups in terms of having all the critical services or applications or informations of the company to be stored and be held within the organization. And even though we know that the cloud has all these good and nice services that they are offering, and they also have this assurance of saying the data will also be safe in the cloud, but we have this thing that we can't be taking everything in the cloud, because there's critical data, especially in our sector where we work with government data and all these departments with critical information of government information, human beings, and a whole lot of things that are government related. It's a matter of protecting what is your own, to make sure that even if there is a loophole, you don't have to blame anyone. It's within your infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Nhlapo. And I think, like I said, towards the end, I wanted us to speak about cloud computing, speak about blockchain technology, speak about what that means for the future of critical infrastructure management. However, we don't have time. And I also would have liked us to speak about the Electronic and Communications Transaction Act, when we speak about policy. But before I do go, I would like to forward the audience 2 questions, if anybody does have. And you, thank you so much. So we got, I'm very happy to talk to you. Otherwise, will you? Fantastic. Okay. Do we? Or we could share this one. Okay, great. Brace yourself, guys. These questions, I think we need a moment of silence before the question.
Good morning. My name's Mark Elkins. A number of years ago, the Twin Towers were taken out in the US. A week later, the internet basically stopped in South Africa. So what happened and why will that not happen again? I'm sure, Neil, you can answer this.
Well, I can certainly say that the Americans learned from that, and they're looking at critical infrastructure. I think what happened there was a critical piece of internet infrastructure was taken out, and it had a knock-on effect, and South Africa felt the effects ultimately. It's what we've been saying. You have to look at all eventualities. You have to look at the entire system. You have to look at the weak points, and you have to build robustness and security in those points. You're probably never going to get away from an event like that. I think the term is the most dangerous vulnerability is hiding in the many interdependencies across different infrastructures. And you have to accept that. What I like and what I think is an effective way of dealing with this is to do something similar to what the Americans have done when it comes to looking at critical infrastructure as an interest sector in its own right, and identifying these things and then coordinating efforts to make them more robust, rather than trying to sort of create a firewall around them and trying to protect them in isolation. Let's bring all the people together and let's have a discussion around how do we make it better.
I think that was a good question.
But we also, I mean, to that point, I mean, when that happened, we had SAT3 only available as an undersea cable, and now we've got lots of undersea cables and lots of redundancy as well, which is a very different place to then.
Yeah. So, okay, I mean, I guess if we were sitting then and we were looking at critical infrastructure and we identified that as a weak point, then building more redundancy in terms of the network connectivity would have been on our agenda. But we didn't know that. We're looking at it in hindsight now. And that has happened, and it might not have the same impact as what it would have then as it does now.
Yeah.
And I guess that's why it's a really good thing that we had this balance of, the government being able to speak to us about this, and also private sector. When we speak about co-creating a multi-stakeholder approach, being able to say, guys, we didn't have this, let's all sit together and co-create a solution and be, have foresight, be creative in solution making when it comes to critical infrastructure. You've got another question. Okay,
There's a question.
Sorry, we're not going to take your question, Mark.
Just got one there in the middle.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Jabu Khatebe. Thanks, Neil, and the other presenter for the good presentations. First and foremost, let me start off by saying I think I subscribe to Neil's definition of key infrastructure, the first one he mentioned. That's the first one. But the second thing is, we have discussed the issue of key infrastructure within our own parameters. And as Neil indicated, some of these things become national issues. And I would like to believe that partnerships are critical when they become national issues. I wonder, do you have any ideas how we can forge those partnerships when these matters are of national importance? Not only that, especially taking into consideration that, the people responsible or the national security issues are not really issues of multi-stakeholder engagement. So it makes for that partnership I don't know whether you have any views on that.
I think it's exactly the issue that the US federal government has grappled with, and that is multilateralism is almost the dire opposite of multi-stakeholderism. And a lot of actions and protections that governments have brought into a case didn't really involve multi-stakeholders until the internet came about, which was developed around multi-stakeholder approach. And this is where I think the evolution of threat mitigation and identification came about. The US government identified, hang on, the internet has changed the game here. So many of these other critical infrastructures, whether it's water, sanitation, law enforcement, now depend on the internet. But we can't change the internet from a government perspective because the vast majority of critical internet infrastructure is owned and operated by the private sector. So how do we bring these guys in? And so this agency that they've created, its main job is coordinating private and the public sector to identify these threats and then to develop mitigation strategies against them. And I think that's what we're missing in South Africa. We actually need an agency or an organization to take a step back and say, let's not try and control anything. Let's just bring the right people together, sit down in a forum where we can have buy-in, come up with the threats, come up with the ways that we can fix this, and then have them implement it rather than controlling them to implement it. Make it a good idea to implement it. Get the buy-in from the private sector and the academia and all these other stakeholders. I think that's what we're missing in South Africa. We need that catalyst, someone to bring us together, disarm us from carrying out particular positions, whether it's government or the private sector, and say this is in the public interest now. This is something against the national interest. We need to secure this stuff. You need to secure your part of the internet. We secure our part of the internet, and we secure this critical infrastructure over here. Together, it makes it all stronger. And I think that's the attitude we need to have. The US have made that change. They've evolved to that. And I think we in South Africa need to do the same. We need to understand this is beyond any single entity's control. We need to get everyone involved.
Thank you. So bottom-up approach, which if you think about it, is at the core of multi-stakeholderism. Yeah, well, tongue twister. We're going to give you, Mark, your opportunity.
You can't see through the poll here. So there's one question over there at the back.
Hi,
Sorry,
hi,
Mark.
Paul here. I'm not going to preempt my discussion on the next panels. I've just got a very sort of clarity-seeking question. My reading of ECTA and a lot of the discussion around key infrastructure tends to operate on a binary. Either something is considered key infrastructure or it's not key infrastructure. And I'm just wondering if the panel has any thoughts on whether that's the wrong way to think about it, whether we shouldn't think of certain infrastructure as more key than other infrastructure. When we think about critical, is there this sort of layered approach and infrastructure that we can view as lower down on the ring, and whether that's a more resilient way to look at it, or whether we should sort of say, if it's key infrastructure, it's key and it needs to, be viewed as a national resource and that sort of thing.
Define key infrastructure.
Well, what I'm asking is
just like 2 or 3 examples.
2 or 3 examples. So, DNS registry system. Would you regard your backup servers or secondary servers as less key than the primary resources?
Okay, so I think we're going to give that to Mr. Nhlapu to answer. Mr. Nhlapu, did you hear that question?
I did hear it. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I believe that it comes back to what the infrastructure, whether it has, what critical data is it holding? Because when you can look at this 3-tier infrastructure setup, you'll have maybe your web services, you'll have your application services, and then you'll have your database services. And you see that your web services will be put mostly in at the forefront, in the DMZ, if I can put it like that, and that will be facing outside, client facing, and it's key in terms of, because it's where the landing pages come from, where the client land. But the more critical one will go down to the database, and the database, that's where all the information will be put in, that will be kept, and that's where you'll prioritize in terms of criticality. And just to come back to the point where you're talking about your primary and your secondary servers, they can't be deemed as less critical than one another, because if the primary one fails, the backup one must just take over as effective and as much as the primary would have done. So we can't be categorizing them like that. But to close on your question, the main key infrastructure will be put where there's key or there's critical data.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Nhlapu. And okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Neil, would you like to add on that?
Yeah, I think just to answer Paul's question or address Paul's question, I think some things are relatively easy to identify as critical internet infrastructure. I would say the DNS registry, the domain registry system, ZA registry system, sure, that could be critical infrastructure. But that's actually not the point that we need to be concerned about. We need to be concerned about the risk to the critical infrastructure. So this could mean that one router or one switch sitting somewhere in some internet exchange is the weak point. We might not identify that as critical infrastructure, but it poses a risk to the critical infrastructure because it's the weak point to get to it. So you need a broad-based plan. You need to regard the internet as critical infrastructure as a whole, with all its small pieces and the big pieces and the more substantive pieces. And that's why you need the broadest possible grouping of people to come together and to work on their bits of the puzzle. Because if you just focus on those bits that you deem critical, you're going to miss a trick, and someone's going to figure that out. And you're going to be very surprised at the end of the day, because suddenly this infrastructure that you thought was protected is vulnerable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that brings us to the conclusion of our panel discussion today. I think we can summarize this as really seeing critical infrastructure as multifaceted, also understanding that we might need to sit down as a country and remodel our approach towards how internet governance, especially around critical infrastructures, is undertaken by the country. You know, we do have a certain model, we have been doing things a certain way, but the real question here, I think, as Neil was always emphasizing on, is how are we mitigating the risk? Are we realistic with how we're approaching the management of critical or key infrastructures in the country? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for affording us your time. This is a really interesting conversation, and I'm looking forward to us having more of these. Thank you from us. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Advocate Zaniwe and Tatisa Asare, give a round of applause. It was fantastic. Well done. And a big thank you as well to the other two panelists, Neil Dundas, thank you so much, as well as Jabulani Nhlapo, who has joined us virtually. Thank you very much to you too, Jabulani. Well, we're going to take a short break, a little bit of a stretch. I do see it's on the schedule, so I'm looking at the organizers. I know we're running behind schedule, but do we take the break or do we continue on to the next session immediately? But I don't see the organizers. Do we continue or take a break? We're going to take a break. Okay, we'll take a break. It's now just after 11. So please just take a break, and please can we gather back in the next 10 minutes? We've got another panel discussion coming up shortly. So thank you very much. See you back here in 10 minutes. To our online viewers, please take your break right now and get yourself a cup of coffee. Thank you.
Most likely, yes, actually.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. It's
Okay. Likewise. Look. But yeah.
Press and hold. Green. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so I'm putting on to mute.
Present house. Okay. Number 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Tested. As I speak. Yep, can you hear me? Again? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can start making your way back in, we're going to start our next session shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now going to start off with our second session of the day. And if you are joining us online and you're watching this virtually on YouTube, where the event is being streamed, a warm welcome to you and welcome to the South African DNS Forum. And on behalf of ICANN and ZADNA, please, a warm welcome to all of you joining us online, virtually, wherever you might be. We're having some fascinating discussions. And we've got a few more fascinating panel discussions that are coming up as the morning progresses. Remember, if you're taking part, if you're watching this via Zoom or you're watching this on YouTube, you're able to partake and you can comment and you can ask questions at the end of every panel discussion. All you do is just raise your hands and we'll connect you up and make sure we get your questions in. Right. Welcome back. And it's our second panel. The session is creating an inclusive and resilient DNS ecosystem in South Africa. And we've got Sonwabise Mzinyathi, who is going to be chairing this particular session. Sonwabise started her career in diplomacy and was appointed as a diplomat for South Africa, stationed at the South African High Commission in New Delhi. Now, that's a fascinating journey, hey? I mean, that must be amazing to be. India is one of my countries to visit. It's absolutely fascinating what's going on there. But since then, she's left diplomacy. She's joined the corporate world and worked for various agencies, including Magna Carta, Cisco, Refinitiv, which is a London Stock Exchange business, currently working for global advocacy NGO, Global Citizen, and she also serves on several boards and committees. She's going to be joined on the panel this morning by Mr. Paul Huell, who's the founder and director of Huell Consulting. There's Mr. Huell over there. Good morning to you. And also joining us on the stage is Ms. Sonwabise Mzinyathi, who's the board chair of South African Women in ICT. And also, I see that on this panel we also joined. We're missing somebody.
I think you just like Sonwabise. So
no, sorry, Mr. My apologies. Mr. Loyiso Tira, who's the managing director at the ICT SMME Chamber. Mr. Tira, please come and join us on stage.
He's online.
Oh, he's online. Oh, there we go. Let's check if you're online. Can you hear us, Loyiso?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic, Loyiso. We can hear you loud and clear. Where do we find you, Loyiso?
And that means find me in person or?
Where did you say? You broke up there?
No. I'm saying I'm not sure I get the question.
I said where about are you?
I'm currently in Midrand. I had to do other things in the morning, so I thought not to be traveling.
Well, this is the beauty of doing these things online, virtually. I mean, can you imagine we didn't have these tools when COVID-19 happened? Anyway, I'm going to hand over and enjoy this particular panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is my mic on? Can you hear me? Mr. Wesi, I do the distribution. I'm the program director. Because I am the one moderating the session. I am hosting lovely people here.
I thought I introduced.
No, okay.
You know what? I've got. You know what? My apologies. I've got two copies that have got different names.
The negotiation you and I have is how much?
Oh wow, this is going to be a tough one. We can take this offline and let me know if you want if you take Bitcoin or is this a cash transaction. We can finalize that. It's the how. Okay. All right. I'm in trouble, but
people send my details. By the time I leave the stage, you need to have sorted. Otherwise, you're charging my time. I'm going to charge you some more.
Sure. You guys didn't warn me about Ms. Kelibogile Maloponyani, who's the CEO of Africa Beyond 4IO. Give her a round of applause, please.
Yes.
Does that suffice?
Okay.
I'm forgiven. Delete that evidence wherever you are.
We'll We'll meet at the bar. We have to be closer to Jesus.
All I know is that my face is the color of the carpet at the moment.
So
thank you.
All right. Let's. My name is Kelebogile Molapiane. I feel like my mic is not properly audible. Is sound? Hello, that's much better. Yes. I'm gonna put this one down somewhere. It's gonna make noise. Yeah. Okay, I am Kelebogile Molapiane. For my sins, I manage a company called AB4IR. It's a business incubator. I also sit on the ZAIGF. It's a forum, the Internet Governance Forum. We work with ZATNA. We are the advisory committee there. And I sit on the Drone Council of South Africa. And I'm looking at Mr. Loyiso Tira there. And I almost want to shed a tear because I'm as well a part of the ICT SMME chamber. And we lost, a great part of that structure, and I'm trying to compose myself. So welcome to the second session. We're talking about creating an inclusive and resilient DNS ecosystem in South Africa. And with me, I have three very dynamic participants. And briefly, I will just say that Mr. Loyiso Tira is the MD of ICT SMME Chamber, as you can see in his background there. He's also the board member of MICT CETA and the founding director of Future Business Consulting. Welcome very much and thank you for being a part of this. We have as well Ms. Sonabise Mzinyati, right? Her CV, as you would have heard, was being read earlier on. It is like as tall as me. It's always exciting when we have women that are doing great things out there. So her career started in Delhi only. You were over there with the Indians. It was exciting. And she too is the acting chairperson of Women in ICT Forum. She's the senior manager of Global Policy and Government Affairs of Global Citizen. And can I get the ticket for the next one? Tell them you know me. She's a board trustee of the Cisco Foundation, a Yali Fellow 2021 candidate, director of Source Creation, Afriel Precisional Growth, and exciting. Then we have Mr. Paul Huell. Did I get it right? Yes. He's a critic of the 5G silliness, he says. He's an experienced chairperson, and then he says, oh, is it really? Because then I need to be at least 90 years old, I think, for me to be an experienced board person. But he has extensive knowledge and experience in business management, business development, project management, creative writing, and data analysis. And if you may excuse my stereotype, you look like a surfer too. Oh, yes. Oh, okay, that's good. Yes, we were there last week with my kids and they enjoyed surfing. So yes, next time it will be me. So how we're going to run this particular session is that each of my panelists will do a 5-minute presentation because all of them told me they were vigorously prepared for this session. So we're gonna do ladies first. Each of them will do a 5-minute presentation. We'll go into questions and then we'll afford as well the participants both online. Please do note your questions. They will take them online and in the room as well. So Ms. Sonabise, it's over to you.
All right, thank you. So I also have a 5G cylinder story. My phone is always on 5G. I was excited, but I never have network. It's an infrastructure. I was laughing when the previous panelists were talking about priorities around infrastructure. But yeah, so when I was thinking through this topic, really, the whole theme, and specifically these 3 words, for me felt like conversations on their own. The first being our ecosystem as a sector. I think that our sector has got a long way to go in terms of collaboration and partnerships. And therein lies one of our biggest challenges. We are extremely passionate and dynamic people in the sector. We love what we do, but we tend to leave each other behind and leave the rest of the population behind because of a lack of collaboration and partnership. And that does nothing for our inclusion and closing the digital gap narrative and our priorities. So that's the first part. Then the second part is really around inclusion, and inclusion in two ways. For me, we cannot talk about a DNS ecosystem if we're not talking about connectivity. I almost feel like we have to take it a step back and look at the lack of connectivity in some areas in our country. Granted, we have a huge pool of about 38 million people who are connected to the internet in our country, but there's a large pool who've never ever experienced the internet in their lives, things that we take for granted every day. If you're not sure what a stat is, what a data fact is, you just quickly Google it. Your kids is asking you homework, you Google it and pretend as if you're smart. There's people in the country who've never interacted with the internet. And if we're going to be speaking about our DNS ecosystem, we have to take it back to connectivity. And the lack of connectivity also is the lack of collaboration within our ecosystem. We have so many parties, and yes, look, I'm not speaking against our commercial interests. Everyone has got commercial interests and everyone has got a mandate for their organization. But at some point, the committees and the commissions that we form, whether it's the 4IR commission, whether it's the Digital Economy Commission, whether it's a cybersecurity hub or what may have you, has to come together and have a country vision for inclusivity, because we don't have a North Star that as a country we are all working towards. And that is a very, very big problem, because then we're all going in different directions and we don't actually grapple with the issues of the digital divide. The second part, and bring it back to DNS ecosystem, is I can count probably in 5 hands how many registrars we have in this country. And I can't count how many of them are women-owned, how many of them are youth-owned, how many of them were a very, very small business that was incubated, accelerated, and then now they are actually a registrar in the country that is well known, that is competing with the likes of, let me not mention names, let me just say that is competing at a macro level. I cannot count. And that is a big, big issue for me. So that's on inclusivity. And then on resilience, I think Mule and the team at .Zadna have done a great job in ensuring that we are competitive as a country and remain competitive. We remain the largest interface users around .co.za across Africa, with over 1.3 million, I think we're currently sitting at, which is commendable. It's a really great work. But I feel like we're at a point now where we're riding the wave instead of thinking about innovation and where to from here. And competition is, and just the ever-changing world that we live in that is caused by technology is going to see us once again being on the back foot. Uput Andile earlier, when he was doing the keynote, he spoke around Web 3.0. And I don't see how we are trying to ensure that our DNS is competitive within a world that is not even thinking about, that is operating under Web 3.0. I was looking at the website users in Jan 2021. I couldn't find more recent stats. And within the top 10, the only one that is within the top 10 is google.co.za. Then we have IOL.co.za, we have Gumtree, and we have unisa.ac.za. Not because we don't have South African companies within that the top 10. We do. We have Takealot, we have News24, but they all use .com. Because what is the incentive? Rarely. I mean, it used to be the fact that you want to have a more dynamic interaction with your South African customers. But so many of our companies are global. So what is your incentive as an organization that is thinking of going global for you to have a .co.za when you can have a .com and interface with anyone across the world? So these are things that we really need to start thinking about. Otherwise, I'm not seeing a more aggressive and intentional and deliberate move towards making us more inclusive, resilient, and dynamic and competitive as a country. I'll pause there.
Thank you. It's okay. We can clap. I am going to shoot straight into you, sir, Mr. Paul.
Represent perhaps the start of meeting all three of the terms in the topic. How do we build a more resilient ecosystem? We have this sort of talking platform that leads to action, that leads to collaboration. How do we increase inclusivity? We talk, we collaborate, we work together. How do we build resilience? We have people working together. And it's really a very, very good thing to be trying to get people in the room together, people talking, people trying to sort of meet each other halfway and figure out how to improve the ecosystem. Now, there are various organizations that can and should be trying to drive part of this. But I think Zadna, and I double-checked this morning, and that's why I've got my phone with me, just so that if I need to refer to the statute, I've got it in front of me. But if one looks at ECTA, Zadna has two types of powers and responsibilities. It has its core competency, and its core competency is, if you don't mind my putting it this way, rather boring for most people. It has a very core competency over the ZA namespace, and that for most people, although probably not most people in this room, is rather boring. But it also has an additional competency of, when requested to by the minister, to advise the minister, of being able to serve as the good office, as it were, or the secretariat for things like the Internet Governance Forum. And it's that function that I think we are mostly here today talking about. Zadna has a unique ability, or Zadna as it is today, to get people around a table. Zadna of a few years ago, slightly different story. It was more like ICASA at the time, is now, where ICASA can get the telecommunications companies around the table together. It just unfortunately is the judge president's table in the Pretoria High Court, and the telcos are discussing court dates for their next bit of litigation. On this panel, both Loyiso and I are respondents in an ICASA matter. So, we can tell the stark difference between people talking around a table because we're trying to create some sort of collaboration, and where people are around a table because they have conflicting commercial interests. Amusingly, we're respondents, but we don't have conflicting commercial interests. We just want things done properly. And so you've got this sort of dynamic where this kicks in. And so if we're going to look at the sort of soft power side of Zadna, and we're going to look at the ecosystem, it is very, very important to understand that the basics have to be done properly. So on one of the panels, security implications and some of the basics are going to be far more central. And on some of the other panels, it's more about the ecosystem. And I think we're, happen to be one of those panels. And so building up this sort of approach to talking about understanding what comes out of ECTA, and actually implementing large parts of ECTA. ECTA happens to be up for its 20th birthday this year. I think it's in August. So ECTA needs to be reviewed. Acts of Parliament tend to, especially in communications, I think a 10-year review is well in order. And I think it would behoove the minister, if I could be audacious enough to put it like that, to formally seek a review process of ECTA through Zadna. But there's a lot in ECTA that hasn't been implemented, and there's a lot in ECTA that doesn't need to be changed. We just need to actually go back to the basics and fix up ECTA. And we need to be having this sort of continuous engagement. And ZADNA, this is the first of this sort of series of events from ZADNA. And I think it's the start of ZADNA sort of formally taking on its view as the, as the good office. But last year there was the reinstitution of the Internet Governance Forum. Fair disclaimer, I was standing for election, but didn't make it, and I believe you took my seat. So fair disclosure. But similarly, and that wasn't a particularly well attended event. So there is a need for the Internet Governance Forum's next event to be significantly better. But incremental improvements is what drives things. So the next process in the Internet Governance Forum is going to be incrementally better. We had a workshop session last year, which I moderated, concerning Cybersecurity Act that was coming into effect and so on. And these sorts of things can happen. Now, there is a risk, and I don't want to, I've been saying about how important it is to have this sort of talk engagement and so on. There is a risk of talk shops. Now, I've previously, there was an attempt to establish a national ICT forum at the behest of a minister some years ago. And that process sort of, other than the establishment of the ICT SME chamber, which is sort of run on its own legs, that process ultimately was a talk shop that went nowhere. The minister promised to play golf with me and he still hasn't played golf with me. So, there is a risk of us doing this sort of once-off meet in a nice fancy hotel. We have this sort of, upmarket thing and we miss out on inclusivity. But everything that has come from ZADNA in the last 8 months is very clear that the organization is making sure that it performs its core function, which, like I say, is a rather boring one, correctly, properly, and there's a technical element to that, but also that it's performing its good office and its extraterritorial function better. And I think now the challenge is the door is open and we need to sort of build up some of that trust. We need to get, and unfortunately, some of that is also certain entities within government and certain entities within the private sector who've got some resilience and we've got some resistance to meet and have things. And I think, this sort of event, which is streamed on YouTube, is great and it's an important part of it. But I do also think we need to have a couple of engagements under, sort of a Charterhouse rule arrangement where you don't say who said in the room. And we need to be building that sort of trust exercise. And sort of hoping to see, more of the participants and ZADNA and so on down in Cape Town at the next AfricaCom and having something on the side there as well. And I think we need to sort of build that up and bring in a big pond. So yeah, thank you everybody.
Awesome. Please, I'll remind the minister, Mr. Wesi says he'll help you and we'll go for that round of golf. Or maybe invite her to come surfing, she might come.
I will definitely invite her for surfing. It was one of her predecessors, Minister Sele, who promised me a round of golf. And I will definitely.
We can't help you.
We can't help you there.
We're dealing with the present day. Okay, Mr. Tira, are you ready? We're moving over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Morning to everyone, if it's still morning, and to the panelists. I think the fact that all four of us in the panel, we were not consulted and we know each other very well. And together with Paul recently with us, it says a lot that in an industry that's supposed to be this big, the four people in the panel know each other that well and they've worked with each other in one way or the other, and it says something on its own. But what I think I would do, I thought I would have 10 minutes. So other issues have been raised. I will focus more on the inclusivity part. And I would want to put it that it's got two elements to it. It's got first a governance element. And the second one, it's got a patriotic element. Let me start with the governance element. King Forum and almost all the current governance codes will tell you one of the most important thing is to have a more inclusive stakeholder engagement in everything that you do. In fact, King goes as far as to say evidence of good governance is stakeholder stakeholder legitimacy. So it is good governance to ensure that you have stakeholder legitimacy. Now, who's ZNA's stakeholder? It's South Africa Inc. It's all South Africans have an interest in what happens to ZNA's activities, whether it's the domain name, whether it's DNS, whether it's internet at large. Obviously, we've got a lot of stakeholders in the sector itself, which is from SMMEs all to the guys up. And one could ask the question, does ZNA, as it sits, have legitimacy? My answer would probably be no. And I say that because I do lead one of the SMME structures in the sector, and majority of them would not be participating in the sector, not because they lack interest, but for historical reasons, which I will get to deal with on the other part when I talk about simply being a patriot or being a good citizen. So if we talk to the rest of the South Africans and we ask them, is there legitimacy? I would probably say no, they probably don't even know what ZNA is and what it does. If we go to mid-sized ISPs and big companies, they would probably say yes, because some of them do participate in what ZNA does, and in most cases commercially so. And if you go to the stats, you probably have about almost 700 registrars, and 70% of that market, as my information tells me, is only held by 10 registrars, which means only 70% is in those 600 people. And is that because other people, SMMEs, do not want to participate? My answer again is no. First and foremost, the issue is the barriers to entry to be able to participate and be registered as a registrar, such that very few SMMEs would be able to build the infrastructure in terms of the capital that is required, the skills that would be required for these smaller players to get involved and be able to be registered on the system, on the registry system, as such that unless somebody puts up a program, they are simply not there. So we have a subsector or an industry that ZNA is responsible for, which in part 70% of it in terms of commercial interest sits with only 10 players. There's a serious problem there. And that also what it does is that because you do not have a lot of involvement in something as important as the internet or the domain namespace, where a lot of South Africans simply do not know what is happening. Yes, they know there's a .za, there's a .org.za, but they have no idea how it works and how they could even get involved if they wanted to be able to do, for instance, the second level domains at schools and offer domains and work. They have no clue, nor the skills. Then let me skip the governance one just for a second. I may get to it later and go to the patriotic one. I have always found that whenever we have these discussions, we especially about inclusivity, we tend to want to forget, for some reason, where do we come from and why do we find ourselves here, where the majority of South Africans have no clue what is going on, nor do they have the skills, nor do they have the capital. But we do know why we are where we are. We had apartheid, and 27 years ago, a social compact which led to the end of apartheid that says, yes, we start here and over a certain period of time, we will make sure that the HDIs or the previously disadvantaged people would then be brought into the economy through a number of programs. But what has happened in 27 years? The conditions that apartheid has set up to ensure that certain groups of the population neither have the skills nor the means to participate in the economy largely persist, and they remain the same. Yes, there are a few group of people like the three of us who are sitting here in terms of women, probably myself from an underprivileged background, who were able to somehow made it through universities and were able to get to work. But that's very few. Now, the majority of people who are staying in the locations and in the rural areas still live under the same conditions that were set up by apartheid to ensure that they do not participate. Those of us who were able to at least gain the knowledge and the know-how to at least have the technical ability or the business acumen to participate are still hamstrung because we simply don't have the resources to participate. Which is as a result of what had happened in the past. Now, the government, through politics and its ruling parties, have set up policies, legislations, laws over a long period of time in this 27 years to ensure that there is transformation in the sector and there's inclusivity, both in terms of women, youth, and the rest of the HDIs, to be exact. Black people, by black, I mean the extended definition of Indians and Coloureds. However, for some reason, as Paul would know in the matter that we're dealing with ICASA versus Telkom, those things have not worked because even agencies like ZEDNA itself, I don't know what ZEDNA is doing internally from a board level, when it has to come to implementing these policies, both in terms of training and allowing a process where SMMEs can come in, which would largely be from underprivileged backgrounds, they're not deliberate about it. And when some of these structures like ZEDNA, Telkom, and all the other entities that came out from the apartheid system was deliberate in creating those entities. But for some reason, the very same government entities which are supposed to ensure this inclusivity through policies that already exist, through legislation that already exists, through an enabling constitution, somehow, for some reason, are not able to deliberately ensure that happens. Now, we've got a lot of theories about that, as again, I'll refer to what I'm seeing with the Warren story, is that it seems as if the big boys that are sitting there, the incumbents that are holding this economy, really goes into serious lengths to ensure, it goes into even lobbying government officials and even politicians to ensure that the transformation doesn't happen. Why am I saying that is an issue of patriotism? In that the ecosystem the way it is, or the status quo, cannot remain, because it creates an environment where it would be easy for the country to descend into chaos, because we have got a majority of people in the country who feel like they are marginalized, who feel that after 27 years, not feel, it's a reality, they are marginalized because the conditions continue to marginalize them, through most of them to no fault of their own. That's why it was easy when we had an issue starting in KZN with all this looting and things, to get communities to be involved in these things, because they have nothing to lose. We've not created an environment where there is no color to privilege, where there is no color to skill, where there is no color to who is involved and who is not, and which is what was envisaged 27, 28 years ago when we got out of apartheid. So what you would find is not only do these big companies lobby hard to ensure that this transformation doesn't happen. You have the likes of AfriForum, who represent a minority of the privileged, the ones that were privileged in the past, who would take those little few government institutions or agencies who are serious about things to court to ensure that these things do not happen. So I don't think it's just a ZEDNA issue. I think it's a country issue. I think even associations like ISPA should be asking themselves what have they done to assist this country as good corporate citizens, as patriotic organizations, to say we have an agenda that was set up in our constitution since 1994, and that agenda is to make sure that we level basically what was the thing is of apartheid. And for me, that is the only true inclusion that I see would happen in any of these institutions, is to make sure SMMEs previously disadvantaged are deliberately being given space to participate, so that you don't have only 10 players dominating almost more than 70% of an entire subsector, which it comes from government. It simply does not make sense. It's simply not patriotic. And from a governance perspective, it is not good governance for the board or for ZEDNA to allow such a situation to perpetuate. So I think I would leave it there for now. I think we've spoken a lot. If I was going to go to resilience, I was going to take another 15 minutes. So let me leave it there for now, and I would then come in with other issues that the question raised.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's audible. Thank you so much, Mr. Tira. I think with all the three speakers, one of the thing that came out the most is that we need to be intentional. We must be aggressive. We must not be apologetic. We must make space. We must create an enabling environment for everybody, that for us to be talking about an inclusive platform for people to understand the space. Specifically though, ma'am, if I can come to you, as the acting chairperson, what are you doing to rope in more women? We're talking gender divide, it is there. You mentioned it earlier on that we don't have enough women that are playing in the space. We need more registrars. We can't just have 10. Like seriously, are there any intentional programs that we are doing to rope in more women?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. We have, we approach the women inclusion in 3 specific programs that we run. The first one is around education, and it's around digital skills, and that also ties into acquisition and retention of women in the sector. You'll be extremely surprised at how many conversations we have with SPs who will tell us that they have this amazing supply chain or ESD program for women-owned businesses or small businesses. Yeah, for small businesses, previously disadvantaged businesses, and then they tell us, but no one applies. And our response is always, because you can't end it there. You have to take the extra step and the hard work of actually teaching these businesses how to use the internet. From pressing the power button, to how to type, to how to put together a spreadsheet of your finances, to how to put together a tax clearance certificate and how to apply for one, why a BE certificate is needed when you are applying to be a supply chain developer. You have to teach them how to fill out an RFP and how to fill out a tender document, because they do not know. Quite simply put, they do not know. The illiteracy rate in our country is starking high. And you would think you take these things for granted. Loyiso is absolutely right. So many people in our country, even reading that document that you have put out for a tender or an RFP is a huge challenge. So on top of having your supply chain development exercises, you have to then take it a step back and really do the hard work of enabling women and youth and persons with disabilities is a whole topic on its own, and small businesses to apply. So that's the first part, where we work with SPs to get more women into the supply chain, but actually also the acquisition element and the retention. The second part is around our entrepreneur hub. Our entrepreneur hub is, there's a lot of again, ESD programs. And for us, one of the biggest challenges is money and capital and market access. And without these 2 things, I'm not sure what conversations we're having about entrepreneurs then. Why are we talking? What's the purpose of the conversation? So one of the things that we've been busy with for the past 2 years is something that we thought would be easy, but it's proving to be really difficult is starting a women impact fund for women-owned businesses. And we're still in the process of getting the licensing and partnering with existing fund managers, because we're not fund managers and we're not investors. So partnering with existing fund managers who again will tell us that they have all these wonderful programs, but they're not finding women. And we say, okay, we have the women, we'll start this impact fund, we'll partner with you, and then we'll bring in the women entrepreneurs that you need for that specific fund. It's a lot of hard work also, even when you're sifting through the women entrepreneurs, because what also happens is then that the husband of the woman will push the woman to the front and be like, you go and pose as the owner of this business. But what we actually want is for women to be economically emancipated. That's what we actually want. We don't want the woman to just be a director that earns a salary. We want the woman to own the means of production, the manufacturing, the production, the innovation. We're not saying they have to stay within that production space forever. They can produce and sell, but we want them to actually be economically viable. Instead of just owning or just having a salary of anything that COVID has taught us is that just one salary or your salary is just, it's not enough. You cannot rely on just being a salary receiver. So that's the second part around our entrepreneurship corner. The third element that we look into is around research. So we have these digital summits that we have at provinces, but not, we have them in the main city, but then we also go out into the communities because we're trying to extract as much data as possible in terms of what is happening from a digital connectivity in those communities. So in 2020, we had a full leaky pipeline report for women in the ICT sector. Last year, and it's something that we're going to launch this year, we went into Limpopo, into places like Vembe, into places like Giani, and did research around how many Black people are actually receiving access into digital propriety. How many of them actually even know what we're doing here in Johannesburg around 4IR and what we're doing around the digital economy. And you can just guess what the results of that is. But we believe that we cannot, we huge on influencing policy, and we believe we cannot influence policy if we don't understand the data on the ground. So that is what our research component is intended to do, for us to understand the research on the ground, to understand the actual experiences of women on the ground, and how then we influence the policy. If we look at AFTA, which may seem like it's so high above someone who's in Mvembe, who's busy, you know, she does trading around her, she weaves baskets, maybe another one is a small scale farmer. But within AFTA are so many trade opportunities for those women. And us who have the privilege of understanding AFTA, of sitting in those rooms, we have to make it our duty to ensure that we bring along these women. And so even when we have conversations, I know, I hear you, Paul, around having the conversations, but for me, if we're meeting in a room and there's no action afterwards, I feel like I've wasted my time. And so when we meet, the last conversation we had with PABWA, the Pan-African Businesswomen Association, which was in December, we invited them for a year-end something, but our strategy was we're going to leave then, we're going to have at least 10 Black women-owned businesses who are going to be paired with multinationals, who are going to be paired with Africa-wide businesses, so that by the time we meet again in August, those women, we can say they've increased their market share by this much, they've received this market access, they've received this funding for this amount.
I like that. I think it's precisely what you have been talking about, being intentional, and you are walking the talk. I'm going to pose the same question to you, Mr. Tira, particularly from an ICT SME chamber. I mean, you have also touched on really exciting, mind-boggling stuff that people may not even understand. Why.ac, why.org, why.this.that. Are there any specific programs that the ICT SME chamber are doing to bring in the SMEs as per the challenges that you are raising? Are there any intentional, deliberate programs that are being run by the chamber?
Definitely, yes. One of the things we've done in the way that we typically work in the chamber is that we had identified this area or subsector as an area where there is not much SMME participation, as I've also as I've indicated the stats there, that you only have 10 big players that really take up big lion's share of the market. We have engaged Zetna. We have engaged Zetna in saying that we need to ensure that there is training of SMMEs to make sure that they participate. Some of our SMMEs, including myself for that matter, will be going into some training, although it is limited. My understanding was that only 14 people would go. So only a few of us in the chamber will be part of that training. I've also just been involved a little bit in saying both to MICT-SETA and Zetna that we need to use MICT-SETA to provide funding to ensure that we can broaden the scope, because as I learned, even the person who's going to do the training is not even in the country, so it's quite some expensive training. So we've got MICT-SETA on the side to ensure that there is training. I'm aware that there is an MOU which has been finalized between Zetna and MICT-SETA that would enable more SMMEs to be trained. Once that's done, we've got a work group purely focusing on the domain space and registry services to ensure that as things go on, we take active participation. And the belief really there is that because we are, most of our SMMEs sectors are set up in the locations and the rural areas, some of them, is that once you can get them trained and understanding, it would be easier for them where they stay to make sure that the message goes further, to make sure that they can be able to sell domains to school and other small businesses to understand exactly how this works. So we have taken a very active part in ensuring that there is participation from SMMEs. But as I said, I would implore the board of Zetna to ensure that it is actually a deliberate thing, and that if you've got some of these big players playing games again like they would typically do, we would be ready as the chamber to hold hands with Zetna to make sure that this transformation agenda is not delayed or there's I think we can continue. There's some disturbance that I think from this one, Mr. Ntlapa.
Mr. Ntlapa, please mute, or can we mute him from our side?
Yeah, so lastly is that we will ensure as the chamber that any transformation initiatives that come from the side of Zetna will support. We will hold hands with them, we'll provide all our industry knowledge in terms of how to make sure that the transformation and the inclusivity agenda goes ahead. We will work with them hand in hand to make sure that it happens.
Awesome. Mr. Ngaba, earlier on, made mention that there is a need for review to be done. I mean, it's been 20 years, and he was posing to Zetna in particular to say, things have changed, the environment has changed. You also were mentioning that like there's a 10-year review that is overdue, right? So if you are given a magic wand and you are the one at the forefront of this review, what would you change? What would that environment look like that would enable us to be right at the front, very inclusive and deliberate in involving people in the DNS space?
So in terms of the narrow DNS space as opposed to the wider ecosystem, I think a lot of the regulatory framework is where it is correct. Is the top level domain, you've then got your registrar division and so on. And I think that sort of side of things isn't where there's too many problems. Where ICTA's really due for review and looking at things is us looking at how ICTA conceives of authentication services and that sort of thing. There's a need to actually just get that infrastructure in place. And again, one of the things that as you look at the statute, you might end up finding is that it's not necessarily a need to amend the statute right now as it is to implement something from the statute, or as it is to go, how has it been implemented versus what does the statute say? And if the way it's been implemented is good, then you amend the statute to meet the implementation. And so if I had a magic wand, if I were to be, sort of driving the process, what I would want to happen is for the minister to specifically instruct ZADNA to establish a review committee or review commission or whatever, to look at the various bits of the ecosystem. And its first task and its first report should be to identify the various components of what a digital society means. And once you've done that, then you can look into your focus and identify what bits of the different legislation comes into conflict. Because another thing to keep in mind, ECTA is 20 years old, but the Cyber Crimes Act is a new piece of legislation. POPIA was passed, I think, was passed almost 10 years ago, but it took 7 years to be implemented. So there's a case of not just looking at ECTA, but ECTA is your starting point. And what you sort of, as you do this process and you have people engaged in this, and like I say, I would house that process within ZADNA because ECTA sort of allows the minister to ask ZADNA to do that. And then once you've got your first level of report, what you then start looking at is what are the gaps in achieving what we need in this country that isn't just of a purely technical or legal nature. I do unfortunately feel that a lot of the transformation issues that have come up in this discussion have come about more as a result of complacency than as a result of any malicious intent or attempt to hold on to monopolies. I think it's a little bit problematic if we were to adopt sort of an attitude of blaming the 10 parties that dominate the industry because they didn't choose to do so. There's complacency that's led to some of those competition dynamics. And then from there, I would sort of, and you need to timeline this out, but then to come up with a draft Digital Services Act. And I think we need to move away from the idea of electronic communications and into the idea of a Digital Services Regulatory Act. One of the other things that I would really want driven home right from the beginning is that the purpose of the amendments needs to be to enhance South Africa's position in a global economy, and particularly if we look at the African continental free trade area, and what it means to make South Africa more competitive as a site of digital activity and so on. And then and to set up these objectives. And then, of course, once you've got your draft white paper and you've got your draft legislation, then it's a case of it needing to be ushered through Parliament. And that process mustn't be taken for granted because there's a lot of need for public engagement and public understanding of what is happening. I feel one of the problems that came about with the way ECTA ended up being promulgated was it was done in 2002 at a time when many of the things that it sought to address were not widely understood by people engaging on the process. I think we've got a lot more people who are a lot more aware of what's needed. But that only, is one side of things. I think one of the other things that we need to address if we're looking at the ecosystem side of things is some of the sort of pernicious and soft issues that lead to the fact that the industry and many of these sorts of industries and why, Silicon Valley startups and the like tend to be dominated by people who look like me. And that tends to be because people who look like me are taught that we're allowed to fail. And as a result, we're able to take chances. We are groomed and, if you grow up as a white male in this country, a Model C school, but in many other countries, a similar sort of schooling environment, you're taught a couple of things that are not taught to everybody. One of them is that you are allowed to fail. You're allowed to fuck up and fix up your mistakes. You cock up, you fix up. That's how we're taught. We're not taught that it's the end of your life or it's the end of anything. So as a result, we feel we can afford to tinker. We can afford to take risks. The other thing that we're taught is that you can assert yourself. You can be assertive, you can take control. Leadership is something that you are groomed to take. And one of the most pernicious consequences of apartheid is the fact that it has produced in a lot of people a belief that they aren't able to take up a position of leadership, that they aren't able to be in control of that sort of thing. And that's something that's quite difficult to change. And it's not a problem that you can just throw money at. Throwing money at training and throwing money at having people instill in people this idea that you're a startup, you can afford to do this sort of thing. But unfortunately, as long as we sort of have a situation where it continues to be people who look like me who are assumed to be competent. I mean, if you look in the ICT sector, we've got a large number of people who look like me who are techies who didn't finish school. They didn't finish matric because they found that they could do something else. They walk into a room, they apply for a job, they've got the technical competence for that particular job, and nobody asks for their matric certificate because they assume to be able to do the job. The reality is that in this country, amongst many people, and it's not, yeah, I might get into trouble for saying this, but it's not a case of white people assume a black person is incompetent if they don't have a matric. Most South Africans have an instinctive view of they want to know about you've got a matric. Now suddenly you assume to be able to read and write. We don't assume that of a 30-year-old white male. We just assume either they've got matric or at least they've got the skills for it. And that sort of thing will take a lot more. And so I'm very hesitant to endorse or in any way support any policy around trying to broaden the ecosystem and achieve diversification that ignores some of those sort of underlying pernicious reasons why many transformation efforts fail. I think if you want to solve a problem, you actually have to properly identify it. So that's sort of where I would step in.
Thank you, and I see you. I see you, so I'll give it over to you. But before you do that, may I check if there's any questions in the room? If there are any questions that have been posted on the platform? Okay, but there is a response here. I saw that, yes.
Yeah, I think what Paul was mentioning around the psychology of leadership is quite important, and how people are raised and how societies are structured to ensure that Black people of certain races remain oppressed is quite and women and people with disabilities. You can break down the structure of hierarchy in our societies and how it's built to be oppressive, or to say you can get to a certain level, but after this, it's meant for these type of people. And that is a South African thing, but it's also a global thing. It's very much a global thing. This is why, if you have any sort of interaction with the US, it's far worse than what we have as a country in terms of hierarchical structures and how the society is structured, from a race to a gender to, even your sexual orientation. It's a psychological thing that we have globally. And I think one of the solution starts at home and how we raise our children. But at the same time, I'm not blind to the fact that a lot of people are just trying to survive. They're just trying to get food for today. The majority of people, they just want to eat today. Honestly, that is all they want. Right now, they need to make sure that they have pap, they have bread, their children are fed. Anything else is secondary. So I'm not blind to that fact. But a lot of it starts with how we raise our children and make them make them believe that they can be anything that they want. Failure is a learning, all those good things. But when you don't have the resources and it's very difficult when you fail, if you lose 5 rand, it's a big deal for some families. It's not as easy as, don't worry, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll try again tomorrow, my child. And it's difficult to get someone into the mental state of believing that it's okay and that we will try again and tomorrow is another opportunity. But it also then also lies to what I was saying around entrepreneurs and how we develop supply chain programs, and not just saying we have this program, but actually taking them through the step. It's the same thing when we talk to internships and how we train our interns in our organizations. So many times where you have an intern who's brilliant, but they just don't know how to articulate themselves because they come from a culture where maybe women can't speak before they are told to speak. They don't speak at a table, at a forum. They don't ask questions, not because they're not bright and they don't have questions and they're not curious. They're bright, they have questions, they're curious, but they come from a culture where before you're spoken to, Sonwabise, wait for your father to say, Sonwabise, let me instruct you to do this. And you go, yes, dad. And you leave and you go and you do what dad has told you to do. And so that is a mental conditioning that doesn't just switch off. You have to have an intentional process of changing that psyche.
Thank you. We had a question on the floor. Okay. Oh, yes. You have been allowed to talk, sir, ma'am. Is it a lady, a gentleman? Please carry on with your question. Okay, there's nothing typed out? And there are no questions in the room? I'm not sure if I should be excited or scared. Are we that boring? Or did we cover everything? How do people
type text?
Oh, they can type it in the chat, right?
Yeah.
The ones that are on the platform can type it on the chat. There's a Q&A little thing that you can type your question in, or you can in the chat just type your questions. Alternatively, you can raise your hand and we can acknowledge you and allow you to speak and answer ask your questions that we'll answer. Okay.
If you'll allow me, can I add one more thing to what I was saying? I was having a conversation with someone who works for a government department, and we were talking about Wi-Fi. They had visited my house and I was giving them the Wi-Fi code. And then we just started talking about Wi-Fi at work. And she was telling me that in her department, the only thing they can use their Wi-Fi for is Microsoft Teams. And this is an access thing. This is a resilience thing. How do we expect our people, our country to innovate, to be good with R&D, to create more products and solutions to serve our people, if this is the kind of policies that we set within our organizations? That truly just baffled me.
Wow. Paul, you want to add something?
Just to add on that, because it did tie in, something, what I was saying about, this idea of being allowed to fail. Is being allowed to fail it's not always, it's not exclusively a mental issue. It is also often a simple reality. And if we look at, incubator economies where most unicorns and that sort of thing are produced, it's middle to upper middle affluent areas where people, why is it that so many great companies are started in garages? And the answer is because if you are a child, if you're as a teenager, if your parents allow you to use the garage, it means you have a garage. You were born in the 50s, there's a garage at your house, your parents had enough money for a garage. They allowed you to use it, so they allowed you to tinker. You were able to experiment and explore like that. And and I think particularly when we look at computing, the ability to build your own computer, to put together your own components, to think about it as a tool and figure out what can I do with this? What that ability to stretch the horizon is how we get people in. So you know, it's all good and well to get a multinational company to build a computer lab in a rural village where the children are allowed to use this application, that application, and the system is locked down. Far more gain and far more ability to sort of enter into the industry is achieved in this country, Model C schools, where the school has a computer policy, you know, computer room policy of you fix it, you break it, and you allow kids to tinker. But we can't do that when there aren't enough resources to allow people to tinker. So, you know, it's a vicious cycle. And I think, you know, part of it is formal training, but a lot of it is also just recognizing the importance of affording people the ability to explore and to develop this sort of curiosity of mind, and then to figure out how to solve my problems. But you cannot, you know, and even if we put that in place, it will achieve nothing if people are having to resort to taking a path of least resistance, because otherwise they cannot survive.
Thank you. Let's just take a question.
There are two questions in the chat. If you can just open up the chat box here so we can see those questions. Right, the first one is, I don't know if you can see from there.
How do we ensure
there we go, you can see
that the many acts and policies are not documents that are well written and thought through?
And then there's one at the top.
I think that's
just more of a comment. And then we have a question over here as well. If we can take both of them from this gentleman here, and we can answer
training
that.
Opportunities, what? Are there training opportunities available for SMEs in the DNS ecosystem? If they are available, please advise how to access them. I think to the chamber and the forum, maybe we can. And then here's another question, then we can answer them and then do a closing round.
Good day. My name is Godishang Tswane. I'm from ViewMax Interactive Media. Mine per se is not a question, rather maybe a statement I can put to the panel. For many years, we've been disadvantaged, and we get creative guys in the townships. Unfortunately, we need to do this one like the Americans. We need to throw as much money as the problem, because at the end of the day, when these kids are under-resourced, when we don't reach them, they lag more and more. So as ZETNA, as the government, we're going to keep throwing money at this problem. But not only that, we're going to move out of our comfort zones. Each and every one that's here, relocate your business to where it's needed. Relocate your services, take your skills, impart your knowledge to the young people, believe in them, and invest more than money. And then we can fix this.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I think we are reiterating the same thing. We need to put more money in infrastructure. We cannot just say things need to be fixed without necessarily being intentional, deliberate, and unapologetic about it. Dr. Tira, can I rope you in on the questions that have been asked?
Yes, if I may just answer them and then give probably my closing statement as well. The first example, the training, as I had explained earlier, there is training that has been organized by ZETNA. As Kile has said, I'm also a board member and an ExCo member of MICT-SETA. This is something that at that level I'm taking seriously to make sure that these skills these trainings are provided. So if you don't mind, they can give you the chamber's number. You can contact me and then I can assist you there to join the group that is interested in this space. On Andile, this is exactly what we're talking about. And maybe let me start by something that, in answering your question, that Paul raised, in that he does not think that it's deliberate from the 10 companies. Unfortunately, Paul, I think our experience being in the chamber and having to deal with these tendencies, which we call gatekeeping, we found that these big companies do this. They do deliberately ensure that there are no new entrants. They use other NGOs, either it's AfriForum or even NGOs. I'm not sure how ISPA has been participating in the agenda. When there are meetings that are called, they use these NGOs and NPOs to ensure that transformation doesn't happen. So our experience is that it is deliberate. That's why we are where we are. To another point that you raised, which I think is very important, in that we do not allow people to fail. It would be very difficult to change the mindset of elder generations which have been balked by apartheid, as you have said it, whose immediate need is to survive, to change their mindset, which is where government comes in. But the problem we are faced with is that the very same government which is supposed to enable an ecosystem that allows young people to come, they'll give you a loan from CIFA. And if you can't pay that loan, they take you to court, government itself. So in South Africa, being an entrepreneur, being an SMME and raising funds is such that if you failed, you are clapped so badly that you will never rise again. It's very difficult for you to, I've been there myself when I was starting in business, where I ended up on credit bureau because a business has failed. How in a society like ours, where in one hand we are saying we want to encourage SMMEs, we want to encourage entrepreneurship, but the price of failure is so hard that you might not even be able to get a job because you'll be having a judgment on your name for a business that has failed. Because everybody, whether as a supplier, they want you to sign surety as a business. If you're unable to pay that supplier, they make sure that they bring a judgment against you. So the penalty from the government, I like that the fact that you've raised issues that we need to change legislation so that it is not possible to force SMMEs in order for them to get credit lines. They must they must go in their personal capacity and face the risk of having a bad credit record in such a way that they're not able to start a business again. So the systems that were set up by apartheid to ensure that a certain group of people does not rise, it's still there. Whether now it's done in a very clever way by restricting their ability to get funds, and if they do get those funds, if they fail, even by our own government, they are penalized so heavily that they would never rise again. So the issue here is that government institutions, ZEDNA itself, when they issue out tenders, for instance, they will say you are an SMME, but you need to have 5 years or 10 years experience. Where are you going to get that experience? Instead of saying the individuals in that SMME, do they have the 5 years? They want the company to have 5 years experience when you've just started the company recently and nobody has given you an opportunity. So the systems are in place to make sure that they enforce what has happened. And as a government as well, or our own government, has not done enough to ensure that they remove the barriers for SMMEs to come in, for people from underprivileged background and women and youth to come in because of the systems they've put in place. I don't think you can help the mental damage to the rest of the population that has been done by apartheid, only those few who make it. But you can certainly open up the playing field in a proper way, in a real deliberate way for SMMEs to come in. And these small groupings that come in whenever you put as a ZEDNA or any other institution of government, when you put a transformation agenda in place, when they come in and take to court, we really need to expose them and deal with them harshly because they're taking this country backwards. And I think going forward, as a chamber, we've said this is where it stops. If we see anybody in the sector who is trying to take us backwards, we will come out and we will give it everything we have so that we do get to a point that we don't take this to the next generation. This must stop with us. I would want my children not to deal with transformation, not to deal with race issues so that they can deal with competence. But we have to do something now to enable them to not be having the discussions we are having now.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. I saw a comment there by Andile saying, mind you, a black face is not recognized, but it needs to be because it's Africa, it's the black faces that are in parliament, so something needs to give. We cannot be the ones that are blaming other people when we are the ones that should be making the change and being the change that we need to see. So in closing, please, can I just ask you to make your final remarks?
Yeah, I think I think unpacking many of the issues is important. I think one of the best initiatives that the South African government could make would be to introduce a guaranteed loan facility for entrepreneurs. You can tie it to something like a person undertaking a Bachelor of Business Studies or something to that effect, so where there's an education and then access to capital facility. But I think what we also need to sort of be doing, and again, I really appreciate the sort of intentionality theme that you've brought to it, is we need to be asking ourselves and continuously looking at how do we build an overarching ecosystem. This includes connectivity, this includes various things. And we need to act against pernicious outcomes. And again, because it's top of my mind at the moment because of where things are, nonsense such as trying to relegate an MVNO position, mobile virtual network operators, rather than other spaces, and relegating that and reseller and sort of weird and wonderful scraps at tables to Black-owned businesses, while ignoring the means by which to open industries more broadly. And I think that's sort of where we're at. The last thing I would just like to say, of course, is that my invitation to the minister to come and join me in attempting to surf, because I don't surf, but I live in Jeffreys Bay, is open to almost everybody here. And, I've got a guest room at my house. So, the minister and anybody here is welcome to take me up on that. We can have further discussion over a beer and see who wants to try surfing in Jeffreys Bay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Huell. My kids will teach you. We were in Jeffreys Bay. They have learned. They are now pro. We'll teach you.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not audible. Okay, thank you. I think I wanted to summarize what the gentleman on the floor was saying, and to just say, how long does this industry want to, and industry players within the .ZETNA space want to be mentioned in the face of poverty? That is absolutely unsustainable, and that is something they really need to think about. And then there were a couple of questions on the floor, on the chat, and I want to encourage. Andile was asking about how to influence policy and acts, and someone was asking about how to access training. And I think the best way to have maximum influence and to really be plugged into our industry is to join industry forums. So if you're a small business, join the ICT SME Chamber. If you're a woman-owned professional business trainer, join the SA Women in ICT Forum. There's many other forums, and you can choose which one actually would best represent your organization and what you aim to achieve. We generally all, as industry associations, when there are policies that need to be amended, we generally all work together and try to influence those policies. If we have a disagreement, then we have a disagreement. We also allow ourselves to have disagreements, but generally we work together when there's policies that need to be amended. And that is a bigger and stronger and more influential voice than you trying to do that on your own as a SME or as an individual. So I'd really encourage you to join one of the forums or both, or whichever one that you feel resonates most with your business and your vision. I think to summarize this conversation, I'm for the opinion that we really need to stop asking for permission and to really start doing the things that are going to make life, to Loiso's point, for the next generation a lot more easier. It's extremely daunting to be trying to be competent and trying to innovate and produce new things, but at the same time, you're being scrutinized because of your gender, because of your race, because of past mentalities, when all you want to do is prove yourself because you are excellent, you're creative, you know that you can thrive. And so my request is that we need to fix these things now so that we don't have to deal with them later. And that requires hard conversations. So let's have the hard conversations that are followed by action.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much to all our esteemed speakers for your invaluable inputs. We had a robust discussion, and I saw there were one or two questions that we had left out. Mr. Waisi, there was a question here, or maybe a comment about somebody that was scammed, and they're saying that they did come to the ZETNA offices, and perhaps if we can just answer that and note it so that we follow up with them, because those are some of the things that are perhaps also being problematic when we're dealing about the space. So it has been awesome. I hope you're an inch taller. For those of us in the room and those that are joining us online, I am Kelebogile Molopiani. I was the one that was moderating.
Oh, are you Kelebogile?
Yes.
I was wondering who Kelebogile is in this morning.
Welcome.
Ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen, let's give Kelebogile Molopiani a round of applause, please. Fantastic moderation there. Well done, and thank you to her panelists who included on the line was Sonwabisi Mzinyati. Thank you so much. And yes, and I'm getting to Loisa Tira, who's in joining us online. Loisa, thank you very much for the robust debate. And Paul Huell, thank you so much for that debate as well. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for these panelists. Okay, so we are going to be taking a lunch break now, and we will resume back here at 1 o'clock. What is the current time, everybody? 25 minutes to 1, eh? So we're doing good with time. I see it's 5 to 1. Okay, just from a timekeeping point of view, if we can try and be here by 12:30, so we can start. I know it's a long day for everyone, but we've still got quite a few panels to get through. It was 12:30, 25 minutes ago. Okay, so we will start sharply at 1 o'clock. What is the time right now? 12:55, 1:30. Okay, 1:30, and we'll make up some of the time. 1:30, enjoy your lunch, everybody. Enjoy the stretch. Come back at 1:30. We'll talk about DNS security and cyber threats post-COVID. This is a very important discussion. We'll resume at 1:30 and we'll make up some time through the afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, Bereka.
No.
So I'll make up as soon as about the so you've got two. So it's not the reason why probably you can't get the section about. Yeah, I think we're going to have it's either Mahara or Higuera on the side where. Yeah, because I grew to be pushing. Okay, no problem. Okay.
Parlo já pelo
one, one, two, one, two, one, two, two, one, 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 two, two, two. Two, one, 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 two, 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 one, 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 two, two, one, one, two, two, one, two, two. Two, one, 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 two, one.
Two, one, one, two, one, 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 two, two, one, two. Two, one, 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 two, two, one, two. 2, 1. Yes. 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, yeah, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, yeah. I think that's okay. 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. 2, 1, 2. 2.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. And
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Who's this lady who keeps telling me recording in progress on the back? So those of you joining us back online and you're on this virtual call with us, thank you very much for staying with us. Hope you had a good lunch wherever you might be at home. Welcome back to the South African DNS Forum 2022 on behalf of ZADNA and ICANN. It's great to have you with us. We're talking about how do we go about building a strong and more resilient South African domain name ecosystem post-COVID-19, the importance of it, and we're having some robust discussions today. Looking forward to the rest of the afternoon. We've got a few more panels that we're going to get through, but there are some great discussions coming up. And the next one is a very pertinent one, and we're going to be talking about DNS security and cyber threats post the COVID-19 pandemic. And I don't have to remind all of you what it's doing around the world. And in fact, a lot of the big international insurance organizations are saying that cyber threats are the biggest risk to world economies post-COVID-19. In fact, they're putting cyber threats even higher than the threat of COVID-19. So we are certainly living in a very challenging time with, you have lots of ransomware. I don't have to remind us all what happened with our ports just recently and the impact that has, and just globally when you hear of hospitals having their data locked down and having to pay ransomware. And this year, 2021, has cost companies across the world $20 billion. That's what the amount of money of ransomware that's been spent. And they estimate that this amount is going to rise to over $200 billion in the next 10 years. And Africa is a very vulnerable continent when it comes to cyber criminals. So this discussion is going to be very interesting. So please welcome Melody Musoni, who is a senior legal consultant at Pukubje Pierce Masitela Attorneys. Please welcome Melody on the stage. She's going to be facilitating this discussion. Hello, Melody. Good afternoon. Have a seat. And joining Melody is going to be Irene Motswena Moeng. Irene, please come and join us on stage as well. And also joining this panelist discussion is going to be Dr. Shailin Lusinga. Dr. Shailin Lusinga is presently a postdoctoral research fellow of the C3SA. So please come and join us. And last but not least, Mark Elkins, who is joining us as well. Mark is the .co.za. Mark is spent a lot of time doing all sorts of things, including working at Olivetti. You're really going back in time there, Mark, at Olivetti. So please welcome Mark Elkins. So thank you very much. Is everybody here? Somebody is missing. Yeah. Is Dr. Shailin Lusinga here? Shailin Lusinga, do we know where? Oh, you're online. Hello, Dr. Shailin Lusinga.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you and whereabout are you this afternoon?
I'm in Cape Town.
How's the weather in Cape Town? I believe it's been very, very hot.
It's been warm. It's been very warm.
Well, it's quite nippy up here in Joburg. It's blowing outside and we've had so much rain over the last few days. It must be about 22 degrees outside today. It's cool. Winter's on its way. Right. Without any further ado, I'm going to hand over this third last panel discussion. I'm going to hand over to Melody to take it away. Thank you, Melody.
Thank you so much. I believe you can all hear me loud and clear.
Yeah, I can hear you well. Let's test everybody else's microphones.
And
we can hear you.
And my mic. Oh, that sounds good.
Okay. And Dr. Lusinga?
Yes.
Okay. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon session. Our session is titled DNS Security and Cyber Threats Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. I'm sure, as we all know, when we went into lockdown, there have been a lot of talk around the increase in cybersecurity concerns, the increase in cyber attacks and cybercrime. It was mainly because the majority of the world population was now working from home, attending school online, and as a result of that, we had a lot of people using the internet. And because of more people using the internet, that also creates more risk for us when it comes to issues around cyber attacks. And when we also look at when we went into lockdown and the developments that we also experienced as far as technology is concerned, we saw more people starting to make use of the blockchain technology, for example, use of cryptocurrencies. Now we are introduced to this new world called the metaverse. And a lot of exciting things have been happening even after the pandemic. So today we want to look at some of these issues around cybersecurity, but mainly focusing on the domain name space. So with me here, I have Mr. Ilkins and Dr. Irene and Dr. Shalene. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to ask you, probably Dr. Irene, you give me your answers first, and then we'll take it from there. For someone who doesn't understand the DNS system, how do you explain that to someone? We witnessed like last year, a Colonial Pipeline in the US was subjected to a ransomware attack. And because of that attack, people couldn't get access to fuel. Here in South Africa, the same thing happened with Transnet. I think it was in June or July, where there was a cyber attack. And because of that attack, our all shipping operations were suspended for that period of time. So for someone who is walking down the street, who is not able to get their parcel on time because Transnet has been subjected to a cyber attack, for instance, or is not able to go visit their relative because the fuel supplier has been subjected to a ransomware attack or a DDoS attack. How do you explain, how do we bring this conversation in a way that they understand what is the DNS attack, what is the DNS system, for example? When we talk about cyber attacks in the DNA space, what exactly are we looking for, and how is this discussion important for the everyday internet user? I don't know if Dr. Irene or Mark would want to answer this question for us.
Would you like me to go? Okay, so this was one of the questions that was actually formalized before we met, and that was, what is the DNS system and how does it work? Well, this meeting itself is the ZA, South Africa, DNS, the Domain Name System Forum. I'm going to be wearing a very, very technical hat with what I'm doing, and I'm going to be answering this question. And if I may, so I want to be able to give the presentation, short presentation that I have that answers most of this and some of the potential solutions towards this. So to me, there is only one primary solution for making the DNS itself secure. Now, why do we want to do that? And these are the sorts of things that I'm hoping to answer. So I literally have just 3 slides, apart from this first one, and that's the first one's on the resolvers. The second one is a little bit about how we would sign a domain to make it secure. And then the third slide is all about security. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So what is a resolver? A resolver is the bit, well, when you stop and think about it, when you type in a URL address, when you type an address on your web browser, you're typing something that means something to you. You're typing in takealot.com or something like that. But computers work with numbers. They work with IP addresses. And so what the DNS essentially is a translation system between names and numbers, and it works both ways. So when you ask a resolver to look up an address for you, that is effectively what is essentially happening. There was a question, I asked a question in the first session. What happened when the Twin Towers died, and why did the South African internet stop working? That comes into this a little bit. What happened is when the Twin Towers died, all the electricity on Manhattan Island also died. At that time, the majority of the undersea cables came in onto Manhattan Island. And so the initial data centers were on Manhattan Island. Their generators had enough diesel for a week. After a week, they went off. When they went off, South Africa had
along with many other places, very, very limited connectivity to the US. Now, when you do a lookup on the internet, at the very end of a web address is a dot, and that's the root. And so essentially what happens is when you ask a resolver to look up an address from a name, it starts at the very end of the address and it looks for that dot. And what had happened is all the bits of the internet infrastructure that look up the dot part, well, they were basically in the States. Those were the root name servers. How do we do things now? Well, we have copies of the root name servers now scattered over the world. I was hoping that Neil would lead us down that particular path, but never mind. And that's why, even though connectivity at that time in South Africa was fine, we had our own local DNS, the co.za, the ZA, everything was local. Because your resolver couldn't start the search from the dot, it couldn't then even look up a co.za domain. And therefore, for all intents and purposes, a lot of the internet in South Africa was broken. And at that time, Telkom was the only operator that was giving us, or the primary operator that was giving us internet, and they were using the undersea cables, and those were the ones that were broken. So a resolver looks up an address from the name. That's what it looks for. Interesting fact, around about 55% of all lookups in South Africa use what I would call a DNSSEC aware resolver. In other words, when you start looking up an address, that resolver knows how DNSSEC works. And actually the average is 55. For us, that's pretty good. The world average being 20%. Now, and this is quite easy now from a technical point of view to do nowadays, because if you install bind, which is I would call the de facto version of something that does resolving, looking up, well, it's the DNS system itself. A default installation of bind will be DNSSEC aware. So if you simply install bind onto a server machine and then ask that bind system to go and look up an address, it will do so with DNSSEC validation switched on. I would also like to think that some of the very early DNS and DNSSEC training that we did in this country from 15 years ago to 5 years ago had an influence on that. And one of the questions before lunch was, where can I get more training? Well, I'm very glad to confirm that ZADNA has financed the training courses to start again. And we're doing training courses on the 16th to 18th in Johannesburg, and then the following Monday to Wednesday in Cape Town. Unfortunately, all the Johannesburg courses places are booked, finalized, etc. But there are still a few places in Cape Town. So if you're listening to me from Cape Town and you'd like to do some DNS training, please go to that DNS training, training.dns.net.za, and sign up quickly, because there's only about 3 spots left. The next slide. Now, DNSSEC signing a zone, making it secure, which means that, well, we'll come to why we do this, but it's actually relatively simple nowadays. And if someone wants to copy the majority of the contents of this slide and put it into their name daemon configuration, it would literally switch on DNSSEC for that zone. It will sign that zone. There's one other further step you have to do. You have to take a particular record from what this generates, and you have to give it to your parent. So if you were fred.co.za and you sign Fred or SMTP in this example, it generates a particular record which you then have to give to the people that run the .co.za system. And the co.za system is also DNS signed, etc. In the world of registrars, they would probably use a protocol called PPP and use that to get information up. and a number of registrars do know how to handle DNSSEC. As an aside, I happen to run edu.za, and I do something called CDS polling. So if a customer of the edu.za zone system signs their domain, I will actually automatically poll that, discover that the signatures exist, and copy them up into the edu.za system automatically. Anyway, enough with that. If we can go to the last slide. So why are we doing this? A gentleman by the name of Kaminsky proved at a conference that he could break into a resolver, a DNS resolver, in literally 5 to 10 minutes. He had a laptop or a pad or something, and he had a big go button, and you typed in the name you wanted to see if you could break into, and you'd push the go, and a timer would start, and it was literally 5 to 10 minutes. Now, certain things have happened to the DNS system since then, so now it takes 48 hours. It only takes 2 days. That means your systems, etc., could be fine on a Friday, and when you get back to work on a Monday, someone's done something nasty to it. The only way to stop this is to use DNSSEC. So the other advantage of the DNSSEC zone is that it's secure. It means that there are signatures surrounding the information in the zone. And it also means then if it's secure and you can actually trust it properly, you can do some other clever tricks, for example, with the email system. If you're an ISP, you've probably heard of the SPF record, but there's also some other records, the DKIM, the DMARC records, etc., and the TLSA record. And essentially, by having these additional records in the DNS, which now can be trusted, it means that SMTP, which is the mail system that a lot of people use, or the mail system on the internet, it means that then it's possible for the ISP to make sure that you use an encrypted link between the customer and the ISP for both sending and receiving mail. But then the ISPs, when they talk to each other, they're using what I would call deterministic security between different mail systems. And it means that your mail is then secured end to end. But it also means that at least now the DNS, it's a lot more difficult to make an attack on the DNS, so your DNS is secure. Now, hopefully in my ramblings, I've given you an idea, we can close the presentation, that is what the DNS system is, and that's roughly sort of how it works. And if you have this type of thing in place, it makes cyber attacks on the DNS very, very difficult. And that's the main message that I want to get across. So that's the first 2 questions answered.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. So I'm just gonna ask, maybe Dr. Irene, you can jump in, a follow-up question around the types of threats that we are seeing now because of COVID. What are some of the cybersecurity threats or cyber threats or threat actors or threat vectors that we can talk about that are currently happening now? What should we be looking out for as far as DNS attacks are concerned?
Thank you, Melody. With the COVID and post-COVID, like you have mentioned, we have seen an increase in the use of the internet, working from home, and this has increased the attack surface. So in the last year, the 2021, we have seen 87% of organizations that has experienced DNS attacks. Here we're talking about DNS phishing, DNS-based malware, DDoS attacks, the hijacking of the DNS credential attacks, the DNS tunneling, and we have seen zero-day vulnerabilities that have been extended to the Androids and iOS. and also the misconfigurations, abuse, because most people have moved to cloud during this period. And we have also seen the domain generation algorithm attacks and malicious newly registered domains. So those are most of the attacks that we have seen. Of course, there have been ransomware, and we have seen that cyber criminals use exploits, uses all the tools that are available to exploit the vulnerabilities that are out there, in particular the misconfigurations in the cloud space.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I'm going to come to you, Dr. Charlene. When it comes to these cyber attacks that are being launched on our domain name system, obviously there are direct or indirect consequences that businesses or governments or even us as individuals may experience. I remember last year, I think it was October, when there was that Facebook outage and we were told that Facebook's DNS system was down or something of that sort. That actually affected businesses that use WhatsApp or that use Facebook marketplace, for example, and thousands of people were also affected because they couldn't communicate with their loved ones during that period when that outage happened. So I wanted maybe you can explain to us what are some of the effects of these cyber attacks when they are launched against our DNS system. It could be effects that are faced by us as individuals, effects that consequences against businesses, or even consequences against our government.
Well, Millet, you're right. Of course, any of these attacks will affect both, all of us, businesses and governments. Mainly, you find that, like you just said with the example you gave of Facebook, there's a loss, financial loss that a lot of businesses may suffer. Besides that, that financial loss may be because the systems have slowed down, or data is stolen, data breaches, and the reputation of the organizations may be lost and therefore difficult to recover after such incidences. And when it comes to government, more or less, because of e-government services that a lot of us or a lot of nations are relying on at the moment or trying to implement, a lot of personal information could be stolen, such as your ID number, bank account details. And so I think it's very difficult. It's very difficult to say the extent to which the consequences may reach, or how far they may go, because the manner in which some of these crimes are being executed is evolving as fast as the technology is evolving.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know, Mark, do you want to add on to what Dr. Charlene has said around some of the effects or consequences of these cyber attacks when they are targeting our DNS system?
I think I said my piece already.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, so we are talking about the DNS system, looking at what we should be doing to protect the domain name space. There could be technical measures that we have in place to protect our domain name space. At the same time, we also need to take into consideration law and policy, because at the end of the day, we need to have appropriate policies in place, right laws in place to actually regulate our domain name space. There is a book written by Professor Lawrence Lessig on, it's called Code 2.0, where he talks about different regulatory modalities that we have, that when it comes to cyberspace, we can regulate it by having the right architecture, where we're looking at the technical aspects of the internet, where we look at the markets. The markets can, in a way, regulate our cyberspace, where we look at norms. What kind of norms are we adopting to keep ourselves safe when we are online, as well as the law? So I wanted to ask, maybe Dr. Irene, you can come in and maybe give us a comment on our policy framework here in South Africa around cybersecurity and also looking at the domain name system. What laws do we have in place? What policies do we have in place? And you being someone from government, what are some of the priorities for government as far as cybersecurity is concerned?
Okay. When it comes to the current legislative framework, there is a need to enhance what we have, and also there is a need to harmonize the current legislation that we have. We have the ECT Act, which also addresses alternative dispute resolution for the .COSA disputes. We also have the Cyber Crimes Act of 2020. We have the POPIA, which states that everybody has a right to privacy, and for which privacy of communications is also included there. It looks at data privacy, it looks at data sovereignty as well, even though there are still jurisdictional challenges. And from a government perspective, we still have to strike that balance between the data privacy versus the security as well. We have the intellectual property laws. These IP rights are protected by various acts, your copyright, your trademarks. And we still need to strengthen our legislative framework when it comes to the national critical information infrastructures, data protection laws, cloud policies, ransomware laws. And what we have currently in terms of the cybersecurity, we have the National Cybersecurity Policy Framework that we have that was approved 10 years ago, and this is it offers us a coordinated mechanism to deal with cyber threats in the country through the establishment of various institutions, including a collaboration between government, private sector, and the citizens, and academia. And also it promotes international cooperation. It talks about the protection of national critical information infrastructure, the development of national ICT security governance framework, which gives guidelines for minimum security standards. It's inclusive of guidelines on selecting a protective DNS service, if I can just single this one out. The establishment of a verification lab in terms of the technologies that we use for protection of national critical information infrastructures. And the verification lab is looking at the fact that as South Africa, we are consumers of technologies in most cases. We are not manufacturers, so we have to use these technologies, but then we have to have control in terms of how we use them. And the aim of all of this is to improve the security posture and to achieve that cyber resilience that we are looking at. So I don't know if I have to go into details in terms of which institutions are going to be established.
I think it would be helpful for the audience if we can know some of the strategies that the government has in 2022 going forward as well.
Government has just completed, I think I'll call it a draft, the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which is for the country, which still needs to be consulted on. That will be for 2022 to 2027. And we still have to establish the National Cybercrime Center, which will deal with the reporting of cybercrime and the statistics that SAPS has to deal with. There is also the National Cybersecurity Center that needs to be established, which is similar to what Neil spoke about as CISA in the US or NCSC in the UK. So, which is your National Cybersecurity Center that deals with the cyber situational awareness in the country, which will give out guidelines in terms of what needs to happen as minimum security standards, which will also deal with issues of national security and national interest, which will deal with national critical infrastructure protection. Then there is a government CSERT, which is operational, which is looking after the organs of states in terms of cybersecurity. And also we have the hub, which is driven by the DCDT. What is it called now? I can't remember. The Department of what used to be Department of Communications. And the hub is there to ensure that there is collaboration between government, private sector, and its citizens. It's also there to ensure that it promotes cyber awareness within the country, and also to ensure that there is exchange of cyber threats between private sector, CERTs, and the hub. So those are the institutions that some are existing, some still has to be established, and they are all supposed to be coordinated. And this is where your multi-stakeholder approach comes in. So that is what a government is dealing with as we speak.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Irene. I'm gonna come to you, Mark. We've been talking about, or we talk a lot about.
May I first comment a little bit about some of the structure of the internet and how it inherently should make things safer. So going back 1 or 2 years, do people understand why we use .za rather than .sa? It comes from the ISO codes that were designated to different countries. And so South Africa in the 3-letter would be ZAR, I think it is. But in the 2 letters, it's .za. So that's where ZA comes from. Many years ago, a gentleman by the name of Vic Shaw went over and spoke to a gentleman, John Postel, and he was told that he wanted to set up the internet for the universities in this country. And at that point, he then came back to South Africa with .za being delegated to him. And he looked around and decided that he wanted to stick with 2 letters, and therefore the academic or the universities in South Africa would be AC for academic. And he also looked further around and could see that a number of countries use like a two-layer system with delegations to organizations who are at the 3rd level, whereas some countries like Germany, for example, had everything at the 2nd level, something.de. And we looked at that, he looked at that and realized that's what he wanted to do. And he then delegated other 2nd levels, either as people came up with the idea or according to what simply made a lot of sense to him. And that's where co.za came from. And others came from that same point. So edu.za comes from there. Now, edu.za is a closed domain. That means that in order for a person to run to have a domain under edu.za, they have to provide particular paperwork to prove that they are a registered FET, Further Education and Training College.
If they don't provide the certificate, they don't get the domain. That means you as Joe Citizen, if you were aware of that, it means that if you see an email from someone at something.edu.za, that's a type of organization. So we have open domains and we have closed domains. The co.za is an open domain. So if you get an email from a co.za address, you know normally it's a South African company. If you get a letter from a gov.za, you know technically that that person has got that domain registered through the gov.za registration system, which therefore one would assume that that name was vetted. This also means that if you get an email from someone at houtingroads.co.za asking about a tender, you should probably hit the delete button straight away, because any government organization should be using gov.za and not co.za. Therefore, inherently, we have a little bit of safety mechanism built into the DNS or into the domain name system in South Africa by that hierarchical structure. I noticed an earlier question, someone got fleeced by some scam or something. And if it was a government scam, I bet it was with a co.za. He should have been aware potentially of that and ignored it to begin with.
Thank you very much for that clarity, Mark. So coming back to my question, earlier, I think it was the first session when they were talking about the importance of the multi-stakeholder approach. And I know, Dr. Irene, you have touched on that as well, the importance of cooperation between different stakeholders to ensure that our cyberspaces are safe. So I know it's one thing to have a law in policy or a policy in place, and another thing to actually have mechanisms in place to actually bring that law or that policy to life. So I wanted to ask you, from someone who is in the private sector, how is that cooperation between government and the private sector going? Do we have mechanisms in place to enable, if it's information sharing between the private sector and government, for example, is the private sector forthcoming in sharing information with government, or vice versa? Is the government forthcoming in sharing information? Maybe they have been, I'm not sure, maybe you're aware when we had the attacks on the website for the Department of Justice, for example. We don't really know what happened after that. There was no information that was shared to the public. So that can be considered as a resistance from the government perspective, where they are not forthcoming in sharing information with the private sector. So I wanted to hear your thoughts and your views. How do you see this relationship? Is there coordination? And if there is no coordination, what would you think should be done in order to improve that information sharing and coordination between the private sector and the public sector?
Okay, so anything I state would be hearsay rather than explicit knowledge, because I have not been privy to any particular knowledge. When a website is attacked, it's probably got very, very little to do with the DNS, probably. On the other hand, in order to potentially break into a government website, if I was a malicious actor, then maybe what I could do is I could use the Kaminsky attack in an area where I know that, or with an ISP that I know that a lot of government people work with. And if I wanted to go into I wanted to break into a particular website which had a username and a password on the front or something, what I could do is I could replicate that website on one of my machines, and I could then do the Kaminsky attack on the recursive name servers that my potential clients, my victims are using. And I could then change, I don't know, let's call it motorvehicles.gov.za, I could change it so that rather than it giving the right IP address, I could give it the address of the machine where I have a replication website. I would then be able to potentially capture usernames and passwords on that website. And right now, the gov.za domain is not DNSSEC secure, unlike basically all of the public sector second level domains like co.za, web.za, etc. So that would be one potential methodology which I could use to collect enough information so that I could then walk into the government website and deface it, collect data, whatever. But in all honesty, I have no idea how it was broken into. But again, I would suspect, though, that it was a direct attack on the website itself, looking for a web vulnerability rather than the DNS vulnerability. And as I've already stated, this is the ZA DNS Forum. Therefore, that's why I'm pointing out the fact that gov.za is not DNSSEC signed. It needs to be. It needs to be before the government tells us how to do things, because we're already doing that and they're not.
I hope they are listening. Yes, Dr.
I think your question talks to how are we sharing information. I must tell you that there are certain sectors of the economy that are working closely with government and who are sharing. Firstly, I mentioned the enhancement of the legislation framework that is there. We do not have legislation that tells us if you have a security breach, you have to report, like in other countries. The information regulator, yes, you have to report, but it only talks to the personally identified information. So we need to talk about that. The sectors of economy in the country that understands that with the interconnectivity, we are as strong as the weakest link. Because we are all connected, be it government or private sector, we are connected. So if you're sitting in private sector and you do not understand that concept, then you would not see the value of sharing of information. And the sharing of information is not so much about talking about how did you get attacked and so forth. What we are sharing in terms of the certs that are participating, it's about you have seen this attack before, and this is how we dealt with it quickly so that you can come back and continue with your business. So those are the things that we are sharing. We are sharing the threats that are there, which are targeted to all of us, in all sectors, be it public, be it private, be education sector. The threats that are there, that's what we are sharing. And we are pleading that that's what is important, because as a country, we are as strong as the weakest link. So if we don't see the importance of that collaboration and collaborating at the right platforms, we talk about this multi-stakeholder approach and whatever. Government has put these platforms for us to use, and we are not using. There is the hub that is there for private sector and private citizens to interact with. And I think Mr. Khadebe can give more of their own experiences with that. But when it comes to people like the banking sector, because they understand the value of sharing with the law enforcement agencies, we see those sectors being open to sharing with government because they understand the importance of keeping their business running that there is a need for this collaboration and sharing and ensuring that all of us are resilient because we affect each other through this interconnectivity. I just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you very much. And then bringing you, Dr. Shalin, to this conversation as well on cooperation. When we are talking about cooperation, obviously, we are not only looking at South Africa in isolation. We need to look at what's happening in the global space. So from your understanding or from your experience, how does South Africa fare? What is the state of cybersecurity in South Africa? And are we cooperating with other countries to deal with issues around cybersecurity?
To some extent, considering the measures that we use at C3SA, such that it's a multidimensional way of looking at cybersecurity and whether the capacity of a country is dynamic, of which we want all, hopefully, all countries should be at a dynamic state where they can adapt to any changes or any threats. South Africa, at the moment, based on our research, we would say is at between a formative and established stage, which is not bad because it's one of the best in Africa. We find that South Africa, Mauritius are ahead of the pack. So it's very important, though, when we speak about cooperation, and because we need that transparency, because like what has been discussed here is that the internet is not just, it's very difficult to contain. And as such, cybersecurity is one of those phenomena or practices that we have to look at from a multidimensional perspective and at a multi-layer. So not just in breadth, but in depth as well. But South Africa is doing fairly well. Of course, what Dr. Irene has been encouraging is the development of legal frameworks, especially my suggestion or my contribution to that suggestion was that perhaps legislation or frameworks that are specific to DNS, because sometimes a lot of these technologies get lost in the generalization of cybersecurity. So because of the infrastructure that is involved in this domain, perhaps some very specific legislations and frameworks may need to be developed. But also, it's very important as well to look at the standards. I mean, as a solution as well, we have to look at the standards that we have to develop measures, right? And then, and with those measures, we have to evaluate them on a regular basis so that we see where we are and so that we can improve to move forward as well and compare them to other measures from around the world or with other countries that are doing better. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Shalin. Yes, I was gonna open the floor to questions. I'm told there's a question on the chat. So I can see that. So there's a question for you, Mark. Is the DNS
Okay, so is the DNSSEC training paid or free? The DNSSEC or the DNS training is free. We ask for a deposit so that you can't do a no-show. And if you do show and you do complete the course, you get your deposit back. That's the only form of payment. It might be of interest to understand who then does pay. As you've been told earlier on, there's about 1.3 million domain names under ZA. Most of those you pay 50, 80, 100 Rand or something. That money is collected, that money is split between the support organizations. That is what essentially would be paying for the DNS training. It would also be paying the salaries of the ZADNA and other things like that as well. So ZADNA itself doesn't get money from government, to the best of my knowledge. It gets money mainly from the people who have got, well, mainly from co.za domains, I suppose, because that's the majority. So that's where the money comes from.
No? Yeah, it's just an input here further to what Dr. Irene said earlier on. You know, sharing, earlier in the morning, we're talking about partnerships. Okay, earlier on in the morning, we're talking about partnerships. And sharing of information is part and parcel of that partnership. Now, there is a cybersecurity hub that was established, and the purpose of that is to create a platform to share security-related information. And that sharing is meant for mutual benefit rather than, you know, make it mandatory for people to share information. So I think as stakeholders, I think we should be encouraged to share information with the cybersecurity for the benefit of all stakeholders. Thank you.
I just want to chase up on a sort of almost side comment from Mark, which is the .gov.za domain SLD is not subject to DNSSEC at the moment. It hasn't been implemented properly. And I'm just sort of wondering, is that not a symptom of a bigger problem? You know, is there not sort of a case in which there is an attitude amongst certain individuals within government that the private sector has to somehow deliver internet services and that they're not, or that government bodies are not actually liable to follow the law? I mean, if you look at ECTA, there's requirements for, you know, government databases, and those aren't being followed either. And do we fix the problem, you know, by government coming on board with things like DNSSEC and following best practice? Or should somebody else take over responsibility for being the registry for the gov.za SLD? If they're not going to follow, you know, best practice, should ZADNA, you know, bite that elephant or rather leave it be?
I take that that's just a general comment rather than any particular question.
Since there's some more questions.
Sorry, what was that? Okay, let me have a look through and just see them here. Also, this is not a good case for co-regulation between government and industry rather than create regulatory requirements which can act as new barriers to entry for SMMEs. Yeah, and that's it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shannon, for joining in.
Right. Thank you very much to all of our panelists who joined us. Well done to Melody Musoni for moderating that. Irene Mutsana Moeng, thank you for joining us. Dr. Shalene Lusinga, thank you for joining us online. And a big thanks to Mark Elkins as well for your contribution. Thank you very much. Give our panelists a round of applause, please. Okay, we got our second last panel for the afternoon, and for that particular panel, we're going to be talking about issues and challenges impacting domain name registrants, registrars, and registries in South Africa. I'd like to welcome Mr. Wayne Diamond, the CEO of Diamond Tricks, onto the panel. Kodishang Chwane, the founder of UMAX, and Mr. Lucky Masilela, CEO of the .za Central Registry. Please come and join me on stage, everybody. I will be moderating this next session. Unfortunately, our second last moderator couldn't make it today. So will those gentlemen please come and join me on stage? Right. Everybody, we are just missing, who are we missing? See, my friend Lucky is sitting next to me. Wayne Diamond is there. Okay, there we go. Kodishang, nice to have you with us. All right, so this is going to be quite an interesting one because I'm going to talk from also a personal perspective as well of the challenges that we're talking about. And I think it's such an important issue. I think most people don't realize and the previous panel actually highlighted how complex the technical side of domains are from a safety point of view, etc. You've got to put all those frameworks in place to ensure that there is safety out there. Your name is protected. There's no things like cyber squatting, etc., etc. But we are going to be talking specifically, and I'd love to hear from the audience watching us remotely as well, wherever you are. Please, you're welcome to write in the chat, or you can raise your hand and make a comment and join this particular discussion. Talk from your experiences as well. So, issues and challenges impacting domain name registrants and registrars and registries in South Africa. What would you say those are, Lucky Masilela, CEO of the .za Central Registry?
Yeah, thank you, Aki, and good afternoon to all who have been able to attend. Let me
Sorry, before we start, I want to come to a question, but just introduce yourselves as well, and just tell us in 20 seconds what you guys each do. Lucky, what do you do? I said that you are the CEO of the .za Central Registry. What does that involve?
Was that 20 seconds?
That was 5 seconds. You got the rest of the 15 seconds.
So we administer the domain names for South Africa, which is your co.za, org.za, web.za, and net.za. That is our core function. We make it possible for the people on the continent to communicate with people in South Africa.
Okay, and how many people have registered out of interest? How many names are registered?
So under co.za, or combine those four TLDs, we have 1.3 million today.
1.3 million.
I think, yes.
Wow. Are we running out of space yet?
No, not yet. Actually, we think we are not doing quite well comparing the number of cell phone users or the number of Facebook users. We are very far from achieving a target that would be pleasing to anybody.
Okay.
However, if we compare ourselves with the rest of the continent, we think we're doing very, very well.
Okay.
We are the envy of the continent.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to unpack that a little bit later on. Sitting next to you is Mr. Wayne Diamond, the CEO of Diamantrix. What do you guys do?
Okay, thanks a lot for today. So Diamantrix is just the holding company. The brand we actually run on is domains.co.za. Essentially, we are a registrar, South African ZACR registrar. We were the first registrar in South Africa, but we also ICANN accredited, one of the few ICANN accredited registrars in South Africa.
Okay. So if I want to register a website, I go through you, and your backend system plugs into Lucky's backend system.
Correct.
Okay. All right. We're getting it, the technicalities. And Wayne, next to Wayne is Kodishang Chwane, who's the founder of ViewMax.
Hi, thank you, everybody. ViewMax is a domain name reseller, and we do website development. We're based in Gauteng and Limpopo. Just like to compliment the seating arrangement, at least we stepped it in the right order.
Okay, so you say you are the domain name reseller.
Yes, we resell
Okay.
domain.
Okay, so you buy hello.co.za and resell it for a lot more money. I'm joking, but that is called cyber squatting. I'm trying to register my name. Somebody's sitting on that and they refuse to let it go. But you basically make it easy for people to go through that process, right?
Not really per se. So
Okay.
we have to adhere to the rules and regulations set by the registrars that we buy the domain names from. So if someone has to cyber squat, then we'd have to refer you to ZEP and say,
Okay.
the process of adjudication to make sure to certificate.
Okay, but I can go, the process of going through you is just easier for me because it's already there. I don't have to worry about going through the entire process. Because I tell you what, if you've ever tried to register a name, and no criticism to your organization, Lucky, it's a mission to, you got to fill in everything on that form exactly. If you put one thing wrong, the whole application is rejected. But I guess that's the world that we're living in. It's a digital world that we're living in. But let's look at the issues, because the issues and challenges that impact domain name registrants, registrars, and registries in South Africa, what would you say those are?
Yeah, let me start off. I think I prepared something to set the scene.
Yes.
And talk to a few things. You know, where, as my colleague has identified, the seating arrangement, it's definitely in line with the ecosystem. You seated, there's a facilitator here as a registry, the registrar, and the reseller.
It's called all
The registrant at the
It's
end.
called all protocol observed.
All protocols. If I may share something here, I think I had a PowerPoint, about 2 slides that I wanted to share with.
Excellent. We can share them on the screen.
Find them quick enough.
Right. While we're looking for them, have you managed to find them? So it's interesting. I like the way you put that, Lucky, because here we have 3 different segments of the entire process being represented on the stage. Okay, there's your slide there. I can see your slide.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Issues and challenges impacting registrants, registrars, and registries in South Africa.
So one of the things that we get excited about that measures our success are these numbers. When we look at these numbers, we are happy that we have achieved something. We are tracking our numbers here in this slide, the performance of the CO.za namespace in the last few years since 2015.
Yes.
You would see that year on year, we've been showing growth. Curve starts at a different point and it ends at a different point. December, we go into a lull, but we do recover. I was looking at the stats again this morning or before I came up here. We are looking beautiful for January, much better than we have in the last 6 months.
But that's fantastic.
We have a growth of 7,000 names in the month of January. In the last few months, we've been seeing a decline. But I think now we have shaken the tail. The industry is waking up. People are going back to jobs. COVID is behind us. As the professor said, Mother Nature has brought its own vaccine. So I think that Mother Nature's vaccine is now being seen here, or the impact of it. Furthermore, if we trace the CO.za namespace, we would pretty much look at the likes of Wayne, with Diametrics, and say, this growth in the last few years has been solely because of the ecosystem players, your registrars, your registrants, and your resellers. These are the entities that really push the domain name. They make it available to the public. They package the name where it makes it look extremely beautiful and acceptable and palatable. Furthermore, we'd look and say, our registrars are equally very much responsible for these renewals. Now, when you have a domain name, it's well and good. But what is even more important is retaining that domain name and further the renewal of the domain name over the period. We would like to see whoever registers the domain name can retain that name and renew it on perpetuity. Pay for it and you have it. It's yours. It assists us when we talk to these issues.
Can I ask you a dumb question about the renewal? It's 12 months here, right, in South Africa? Is it 12 months or is it 18?
Yeah, 12
and I think a .com
months.
is 24 months.
Okay,
From
12 months for a COZA, they only allow for a one year renewal. .com, you can renew up to 10 years in advance.
Okay. Why can't I renew my .co.za over 10 years? Just pay you the fee and say, I want to keep that for 10 years.
It's a policy directive currently, and I believe we are flexible enough with the regulator, ZEDNA, to consider the change for 10 years, because the trend globally is that domain names are now retained for maximum of 10 years. And we should be following that. I believe, with the CEO, I don't see him there, but it's one of those things that...
When you said 10 years, he went under the table. He was there, but he disappeared.
Suddenly.
Actually, it's been requested for many, many years to change the policy to allow for up to 10 years renewal for .za domains.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second, but Lucky's last slide is very interesting. Now, explain it to me, because I see a lot of things there, and I see every one of those things impacts me somehow.
So now these are the challenges, and if you choose the impacts of the same, At the center, I'm talking to this ecosystem. These are the entities that are responsible for the domain name growth. And equally, they are the mitigants of the challenges that are sitting there. Governed that relationship by policy and to ensure that everything is covered. You talked about paperwork being completed to ensure that, or you were even saying it's tedious, but we feel that it then protects the end user, it protects the registrant, it protects the registrant. So the paperwork there, it's in place to make sure that nobody loses their name. As one of the things we've known that the challenges that we have today is DNS abuse, name theft.
Yeah.
Important for us in South Africa, which we gloat, which we are very proud of, is the pricing. We still run one of the cheapest domain, should I say, most affordable domain name cost on the continent, or compares with the BRICS countries.
What's it, 149 at the moment? Was it under 200?
We are regulated at the registry level is regulated, 55 rands, and then downwards, it's not regulated.
Okay.
So, but this adds value. It enables more South Africans to acquire a name because it's affordable. So in other countries, you would find a domain name would go as high as $250, making it unaffordable. And it becomes an elite thing. And we don't have that in South Africa, at least today. So going forward is ensuring that we're building a reliable domain name system that is resilient, secure. You know, nobody wants to function in a space that is insecure, unreliable. You log on today, it's down, or it's been hacked day in and day out. We always touch wood and say, in the last 33 years, I stand under correction, we've never been hacked. I think some of the guys who are here almost 33 years, Kramer, they would confirm that, you know,
he's nodding his head. That's an amazing.
And that's very important.
That's amazing.
When Mark talks about DNSSEC, it's something that came in 5-7 years ago. But even prior to that, we ensured that our team, very small team, worked 24/7. By the way, when managing the 1.3 million names, you would think we have 300 people behind us. Collectively, backend and the RSP and the registry, we have less than 50 people.
Wow.
Running the 1.3 million names. And that is amazing. Now, the other things that we want to look at on this slide, I think everybody would probably have seen it to summarize. To enable the growth across the continent is very important, because for us to look this good and when everybody looks that bad, it's not enough. Everybody needs to grow with South Africa. So we'd like to see the harmonization of policies, harmonization of pricing, and all and every other thing that has made us a success, that has made us successful working our registrars and with the resellers. And that model on its own needs to be ensured that it's a successful model that we need to bring in. And these are some of the things that we see as, but
fantastic.
Well, you said it as my last slide. This is my last.
This is your last slide. Okay, that's fantastic. I'm going to go to my next two panels, but I want to also ask you guys as well, and I'm going to come back to you as well. If you go back 3 slides, back one more, I see a plateau coming, and that worries me. And my question to you and the rest of the panelists as we move into this, how inclusive are we in the process? When you look at, if we have 1 million domains and you look at where the world is going and digitizing, how easy are we making it for people that, you know, they think the process is difficult? I mean, surely we should have a lot more, you know, population-wise. If you've got 1 million domain names, I don't know how big it is in other countries, but have we created an inclusive system? Because so can a small trader in a informal settlement create their own website and find it easy to register the domain name? Is that process an easy process to get around? That's my question. How inclusive is this entire process? You're nodding your head over there, Kodishang and Wayne. So let me start with you, Kodishang, and then we'll go to Wayne, because I'm looking at a plateau over here. I'm not looking at growth. No fault of yours.
The reason why I'm nodding my head is that we're seeing a lot of interest when it comes down to the domain name space, especially because of what happened to us as a country. People started seeing value in what we are seeing, started seeing value in the training that ZDNA is providing for the country. And I believe that at least in the next 2 years, there's going to be an exponential boom and rising number of domain names, especially if we can enable smaller players to go into communities and show how the digital economy works. And we see more partnerships with the CETAs so that we can see that they are digitally included. Another thing that we do as resellers is that we take apart the complicated language and we bring it to a language that people can understand within their own languages. You know, it's not all on the shoulders of ZACR and ZDNA to make sure that we translate these forms and these complicated things, but also on us as resellers, because we speak the native language of the communities that we serve. So we are trying our utmost best to also bring it back to them and make sure to say that we translate and help them with the registrations. I was also nodding my head when we were talking about that we are looking into letting the COZA registrations renewals to go to 10 years, because that means we're hindering South African businesses. When it comes to Google Analytics, if your domain is not registered for more than 1 year, you don't rank very high. You know what I mean? The more years that you are registered for, the more you can climb with ranking, the more reliable you look. Even the boards at Google, they know your things, they know your content. But then I'd like to reiterate the fact that as small players, the more capacity that we can get to reach our communities in our languages and translate some of these registration forms into languages that they understand, you will see a bigger growth in that.
Okay.
Because right now it's just a learning.
Is the language barrier one of the biggest issues? What do you say is the #1 big issue when it comes to domain name registrants?
What we've encountered is to say that all fair and well, everybody knows that they need a domain to be able to do business with government. They'll say, I just need a domain, that's it. Whether it has emails, whether it has hosting, or whether it's coming with what they know that they need a domain. But I think it lies also on our shoulders to show them the importance of how they can leverage off the hosting and the systems that they can put in place to be able to manage their company. So yes, it's a language thing, but at the same time, it's a technical thing of showing them the advantages that their businesses have once they have a domain.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the value that it unlocks is incredible. You know, when people start, putting up their e-commerce website or whatever they put up, it just unlocks incredible amount of value. When you look at those challenges, Wayne Diamond, what do you see the challenges that are impacting domain name registrants, for example, and what challenges do you face as a business dealing with my friend Lucky here?
Aki, I'm going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons here. As Lucky said, there are certain factors involved. Firstly, pricing is not a factor.
Yeah.
Irrespective of what the registry charges currently, most web hosting companies in South Africa, when you take a web hosting package, give you a co.za domain for free.
Yes, that's right.
So the price of the domain doesn't factor into it currently. Also, the fact is that if you're still submitting a domain registration on paperwork, you're using an old, outdated, antiquated system, because most registrars today, almost all of them, are on what is called an EPP-based system. So you fill out a few fields on your registrar's website and everything's automated. I feel where the problem comes in is the brandability in South Africa. South Africans haven't realized that a domain name gives them the brandability. They still believe that an @mweb email account or a Gmail email account or a Yahoo email account will suffice in today's times in going out to get new business, to get different work, where if you've got an email address, sales at your domain name or your name at your domain name, that is what enhances the brandability of your business.
No, look, I couldn't agree with you more. It adds a lot more credibility, but I think that I think most people that look at it think that that pricing is a barrier when in fact it isn't a barrier. Out of interest, Lucky, how many of those million domains plus over a million domains, what percentage of the domains registered on .co.za are e-commerce related? Do you have a breakdown of that or?
Offhand, I don't have the number. I don't know if my colleagues in the room would have that number.
Very interesting to know. I wonder how much, how big our e-commerce is growing in this country. Because if you look in other countries like Nigeria, for example, I mean, e-commerce is growing exponentially. And you look at the kinds of investments that are being made in the country at the moment, where you have, massive data centers being launched. And I think the data centers make a big difference to the price of the hosting as well. That certainly has come down over time. If you look at that graph in the last 10 years, the cost of hosting has come down dramatically as well. And Kodishang, is that barrier still a big problem for people who want to say, I want to register this domain for my business. I've got to go through the steps of hosting and I've got to create a website, make my business a lot more professional. Is that pricing still a barrier? What does it cost a small business to do that kind of thing today?
Well, I wouldn't say the domain name cost itself or the hosting is much of a barrier. I think the challenge comes down to the development of the site. But luckily, there are CMS platforms and open source platforms where you can develop an e-commerce platform yourself. I think maybe the biggest challenge would be in linking it up with a payment gateway. But luckily, companies like PayFast are making inroads, making it more accessible to the masses.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, if you go to something like Wix, for example, I know Google made the whole process a lot easier as well, but you can take a platform like Wix and just put your domain name up there and you've got a shell that you can actually make look like your company, right?
Well, I wouldn't endorse them. I'm also, I've been trying to be PC all the time now. I'm also throwing the cat into the pigeons. So no, Wix not good for us. Google not good for us. Look what they did with Rosa Online. All those entrepreneurs were left out to dry, and then they had nowhere to go. Right now, Google is gonna be shutting down their work Google Workplace from free to paying services, and then they use us as guinea pigs. So at the end of the day, as South Africans, we need to develop our own infrastructure and our own companies that will do the similar services like that. These international, multinational companies are just having a field day in South Africa. What we need to do is put a stop to them.
How do we do that?
By empowering the youth that are in universities that are developing these platforms, by putting our money where our mouth is. There are kids out there that have developed better platforms than Google, but because, again, they are not a brand, they are not seen, they are not bankable. We don't see their solutions coming to the forefront. But now it's time to invest in our own intellectual capacity and to back up these young people. So yeah, I think those companies, we look what Facebook did to us. They don't hold themselves up for account. The e-commerce platform in Facebook is taking how many billions of rands every hour. They are making money from that.
At the end of the day, it's all about scale, right? And then, Lucky, I want to come to you. What's the solution to this? Because surely then government needs to say, okay, we're going to step in here. We're going to create our own search engine. We'll empower our own entrepreneurs. We'll create our own templates. Or is it just business?
Yeah. Look. If you look at those stats again, they confirm one thing about a locally built solution. Starting off in '95, where we're registering about one name a week, then we'd wait another week to get in a month we'd have 4 to 5 names, and this was again people. It was also a technology factor. But come 2010, 2011, we introduced a technology EPP, which had to be customized for our specific conditions in South Africa, continuously being improved. And in that period, you would see a sudden growth in the name uptake, because now in the comfort of your home and the train or in the bus, you can acquire a name online. You didn't have to do a manual search for the name. And two, That EPP enabled us to reduce the price from 155 rands to 45 rands. And you'd notice that now when technology comes in, when innovation is brought in, it also impacts on the cost of running that service. More important is that the revenue from all these transactions was staying in South Africa. It was enabling for more innovation. And if we can rely and trust on our own developers, as Kodisang is saying, we are going to be able to retain the skills, we're going to be able to retain the revenue, and we need to go and explore further and find our young ones to even develop apps that we can have on the phones to search for a CO.za name, to apply for that, and do all these other possibilities. And I think this is where we need to open that road and start running in that space.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's really where we're going to go. If we need to drive this up even further and break that digital divide, that's exactly what we need to do. Are you also in agreement there, Wayne? I mean, what do we need to do to unlock this value, to create this and make it more, I don't know, to take those numbers up and just make the society more entrepreneurial and break that gap down?
Aki, I think you mentioned something there. It's a society that needs to be more entrepreneurial. Once a person starts a business, they'll register a domain, they'll have a website, they'll have email address. It also starts with connectivity. Once a person gets greater connectivity, they realize the power of what they can do online. And then they start buying online, they start using websites to buy products online and conversely sell online. And once they start realizing that, they'll start growing the domain registration rate. So the domain registration rate, as much as I'd love to say government should get involved, the reality is that I don't believe there's much government can do to increase the domain registration rate. But if they improve the entrepreneurial skills in South Africa, that indirectly will exponentially grow the domain registration rate.
No, I love what you guys are talking about. I mean, this is right down my alley, and I'm looking at the audience and online as well. Those of you who are watching us, I'm seeing there's a few comments. A lot of people are supporting what you've been saying earlier, Kodisang. And any questions that we have from the audience, please do raise your hands and we'll come and bring the microphone to you. I think this is a very, very important discussion, not just on the domain name, but unlocking the power within the digital economy, because ultimately, once you start unlocking the power and adding to the GDP of this country, we've seen connectivity and the impact that has. But it's extraordinary to think that even during this lockdown period, I was facilitating a discussion with the various chancellors and CIOs and CTOs of the universities of South Africa, right? And yes, we've had, thousands, hundreds of thousands of children doing remote schooling in universities, right? You've had the privileged who haven't had an issue with data because of fiber, but the reality is 95% of those students, connectivity is still an issue in 2022, and the cost of data is still an issue. Is that a hindrance in this process?
Look, one of the things, most of the time when we talk about DNS, we almost want to pull it out of the ICT space. We see it as a prodigal child. And we need to think of DNS as part of the ICT ecosystem, such that when there is no connectivity, when connectivity is not affordable, it will impact, of course, on accessibility or that domain name that's converted into an email and accessing internet. And what we want to see is the exploring of more people to access internet with their own names, to participate in the digital space with their own personal identity versus using an allocated identity.
Explain.
What we mean really when we look at this is that people go onto Facebook not using their own identity like lucky.masilela.co.za or
Right.
Gagaru@Gagaru. That is my domain name, gagaru.co.za. And I'm able to go into Twitter, you'll see @Ingagaru, definitely. You go to Facebook. Others can do that without that. Facebook will allocate them that identity.
Right.
And one day Facebook will take away that identity. Exactly what Kodisang has been talking to.
Your business brand.
Exactly, it dies. Think of an artist, or here is Aki relying solely on this foreign name being given to him, and suddenly you have 1 million followers. Then you go wrong with another Donald Trump who comes in, some policies are changed, and then accessibility is revoked. You lose the 1 million followers that you have built. So this is why we want to have people owning their own identity as they participate in the internet space.
So all those followers that I have on Facebook that like my piano moves, I better move across soon. Is that what you're saying?
Have your own identity and then capture them there.
Okay, we got 2 questions from the audience. We'll start there and we'll grab the microphone there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Neil Dundas. I think I agree with what's being said here, and I think there is a great potential for domain names, ZA domain names going forward, especially amongst the youth. And that is if we can bring in an entrepreneurial spirit, but also by giving them, sort of the cheat sheet in terms of what to do. Nowadays, youngsters are becoming involved as content creators, YouTubers, and all of these things. They're actually individuals that are brands in their own right. And the sooner they learn to brand themselves and take upon their brand and evolve with that brand. So in other words, as they become more sophisticated, more successful, the content and the services that they associate with the domain name that they've registered already can become more sophisticated and complicated. They can move from a simple domain name that links to their LinkedIn page to something that links to an e-commerce site in the future. But the earlier they start branding by themselves and start finding a niche on the digital environment, whether that's creating content or whatever it is, there's a huge market there that we can actually tap into. It's going to solve a couple of problems, but it will certainly have the result that the domain names should spike because of that. But it's about not just waiting for domain names to be a business one day and then registering a domain name. You can actually, as an individual, at a very young stage in your life, you can actually acquire a digital identity, a digital brand, and brand yourself and grow with that brand and make it something and associate whatever products and services you need to going forward. So it's something that evolves with you. And I think that's what Lucky's point is as well. Start small, start something easy, a LinkedIn page if you have to, or a Facebook page. I know you might not agree with that, but evolve that and take your brand with you, grow it with you. Bring that following with you all the way.
No, it's actually, I'm so glad you both raised this point because, I mean, you look at the creators and, I mean, they're doing all the work for YouTube, for example. YouTube, of course, compensates them with the amount of views and everything, and they're doing all the hosting and the heavy work up there. But at the end of the day, if they one day decide, listen, we're changing the rules, you're gone. You're in trouble. And Instagram's another one. We haven't even touched about Instagram because I know you guys aren't millennials like myself. But us millennials are big on Instagram, you know. I'm a millennial, can't you see?
Generation Z, Lord.
No, I'm not Generation Z. Those guys are very young. There's Generation Z.
No, not. I wish. Thank you. So this is a very interesting conversation, one that we need to have. But I think I'd like us to maybe have someone on the panel, zone into just the plans from private sector and I guess from a SOE perspective. Plans around the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. These are conversations that we need to have. So I think the theme that I've been picking up is when we speak about cross border, or at least, speaking about Googles and whatever, it's almost like we've established that the relationship is we're going to use technologies from the global north, and that's really the conversation. But I think outside of saying we're going to have young people, like Kodishang had mentioned, at university level and get investing or funding, what about the Africa plan? How are we speaking about trade in this digital era, but we're not speaking about what the plan is from a digital e-commerce trading perspective? I mean, if you look at Namibia, To get a .NA, that's like, I don't know, it's hundreds of dollars.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous, actually. And if you look at getting a .Africa, it's about $40, right? A .Africa, which is a universal thing to speak about from an Africa perspective. What are we doing, one, to get the .Africa name out there, especially because we're speaking about this Afro-Continental Free Trade Agreement? Two, what are we doing to ensure that we are capacitating our African people to ensure that this Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is something that works and not this, white elephant, like a lot of other brilliant ideas that we've had.
No, that's a fantastic comment and question, and leading towards us wrapping up, because what do we need to do? And those points are so valid. We really have to think of the next decade and what are the steps that we should be taking?
In one of my slides, I was talking about talking to harmonization of policies. I was talking that we shouldn't celebrate our growth, our success as South Africa when the rest of the continent is left behind. We should ensure that the continent grows. And this is one of the topics that was raised by some of the pioneers on the continent. I think you'll be having one of them speaking later, Dr. Nee Quainer. And I hope Barack Otieno will also talk to that. We then discuss the issue of how do we address the issues that you're talking across the continent. The AFTLD, which is the Africa Top Level Domain, the forum was then tasked with issues of addressing CCTLD issues across the continent. Make sure that we support the CCTLD growth. Two, we then said we need to make sure that we create and support registrars, grow registrars. These are our channel partners. This is where we need to create a multitude of runners on the ground on this at this scale. And those are some of the key things, providing training across the 55 countries on the continent to ensure the uptake of domain names, the CCTLDs, are put in the fore. And these are the things that we are currently supporting very strongly from different levels where we participate across the continent to ensure that each CCTLD on the continent must be recognized, has to have its own space and must grow. And this is what we'd like to see.
I'd love to see that. I mean, the numbers are staggering. 300 million people are coming online in the next 3 years on this continent.
Look at it. Now,
are we catering?
Might touch on those numbers. Just to give you an indication, South Africa has 1.3 million names. The next country behind South Africa has 120,000 names.
And which country is that?
Nigeria.
Okay.
So you can see the highest, in terms of population, Nigeria has 120,000 registrations. And this is criminal. It cannot be. And the more we can get people onboarding, owning domain names, participating with their own names, we are going to see South Africa gain more growth. We will go to 5 million, 10 million, and 15 million names. So there is, a feeding factor on that thing, relatedness, and also harmonization, the pricing. We cannot have domain names costing $250. That's criminal.
Yeah.
Or $100. That cannot be.
Yeah.
We have to think again as a continent.
Okay.
So when it comes to .za domain names and .africa, there's a vast difference to it. ZA domain names are regulated by ZADNA here in South Africa. .africa is classified as a top-level domain, and it's regulated by ICANN. And as mentioned previously, as ZA domain name retails in South Africa for under 90 Rand. But a .africa retails on average roughly $40. Now, if you look at what the average income is in an African country, that is far in excess of what the average person may have available to spend on a .africa domain. So for .africa to grow, the pricing of a .africa needs to drop considerably.
And ICANN are the ones that will make that happen.
It's a top-level domain called a GTLD, which is governed by ICANN, but it is administered by the registry in Mauritius, which is then obviously setting the wholesale pricing to the registrars, the ICANN registrars worldwide.
Okay. But it is doable.
It is definitely doable, and it can definitely grow. When you're looking at multiple of African countries, you're also looking at different languages. You're looking at different type of contents, different payment gateways. South Africa, we've got a very brisk payment gateway system, as was mentioned beforehand. We've got PayFast, we've got Netcash, we've got a multitude of payment gateways that people can get online, and you can create an e-commerce website in South Africa in half an hour, have a payment gateway integrated into it, and a courier service. You can choose templates, like you mentioned, Wix. Most hosting companies in South Africa have local site called website builders and have integrated into all of that. But when you start doing cross-border transactions, then you're also getting into the realm of the South African Reserve Bank, because then you're taking foreign currencies. You're receiving money or paying out money in different countries. Then you have to start worrying about courier services locally and throughout Africa. It becomes exceptionally difficult to work out and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. But from an initial aspect, the domain name pricing for .Africa can drop, and that can exponentially grow throughout Africa.
Okay. Kodishang, in closing, you're the founder of UMax. I'm making you the minister of the domain names. What would you change? What do you think we need to do?
From our side, I think we should incentivize people that pick at .co.za in the sense of showing them that local content can actually save them money. We should encourage more people using local content, because that way they save also on data. And it helps us to capture our rich history and use the internet in our own languages. So if I had to change anything, I'd leave most of the things the way they are, but incentivize people for using it.
And get entrepreneurs to create the templates, South African entrepreneurs, that you can have 100 different templates to suit whatever business you want. I can't believe that nobody's picked up on that business opportunity in South Africa yet. I'm sure there must be an entrepreneur that has picked it up. But gentlemen, thank you so much. That was such an interesting conversation. Thank you to the audience for the questions. And thank you very much to everybody who's been joining us. One of the questions to your point is, why do the universities use Google, for example? All of them are using Google. I think it's all got to do about economics at the end of the day, I guess. But thank you very much to my panel. I really appreciate your time. We're going to skip this quick break, and we're going to go straight into the next break. Are you waving at me? Oh, we got a last question. Oh, there. Sorry, I didn't see you.
No problem. I was actually just, there was a comment again on this panel about we need, in-house developers. Developers are needed. And one of the problems is, if you look at most developers, especially of web technologies, they're self-taught. There's this sort of problem of education resources that produce developers and avoid them from leaving the country. And I'm just sort of wondering, are we not did I maybe invite the wrong minister to come for a surfing lesson? Is it not NSFAS and the Minister of Education or Higher Education that's needed so that we can get developers from amongst things?
You really are upset about the surfing in the Gulf, eh?
I'm upset about
You've raised it several times today, but it's a good point. And actually, how many conversations I've had, people talk about, oh, I need to develop an app, I need to build a website. How many people say to you, go to India, they will do it for next to nothing? That's the reality of it. We shouldn't be saying that. Yep. We should be saying, go to Soweto, go to Alex, there's this guy, there's that guy, keep it in-house.
Go to Tsimolochong
in Braamfontein, yes, absolutely. Correct. I discovered that a few months ago. We've got the most incredibly talented people here. So absolutely, the solutions are here. Thank you so much to our panel. Thank you for the comment. So we're going to skip the next break. It's a very short break, so we can just wrap up for today, because I know the next panelists are standing by, because the next session is going to be completely virtual. So it's a warm welcome to this last panel discussion of the day. I see that everybody is standing by, and Mr. Theo Kramer, who's the Chief Technical Officer for Domain Name Services, is moderating this one. Good afternoon to you, Theo. You're going to be joined by Mr. Bob Ochieng, the Senior Manager of Stakeholder Engagement, East and Southern Africa at ICANN. Professor Alison Gilwald, who's the Executive Director of Research at ICT Africa, Mr. Barack Otieno, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of .Africa Foundation, and Professor Ni Narku Kwanor, the Chairman of Ghana.com. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for joining us from so many different places. And it's over to you, Mr. Theo Kramer. Oh, you're here. All right. You're sitting right here. Okay. But everybody else is going to be virtual, right? Okay. The topic of discussion is Africa's DNS technical issues and preserving the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance in the African domain market. So let me do a quick sound check with everyone. Mr. Bobo Chiang, are you there?
Sure, very much here. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone.
Lovely for you to join us. Professor Alison Gilwald, I can see is there. She's just unmuted herself. Hello, Prof.
Hi, everybody.
Mr. Barack Otieno. Okay, and Professor Niunarku Kwanor, I see you're online as well. Prof, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, it's over to you, gentlemen and ladies.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, first of all, welcome to the participants, and of course, then welcome to the panelists. Okay, so really what I'd like to do with the panelists, and perhaps starting with Alison, Prof. Alison, is just a brief intro from you on the pertinent aspects that you hope to raise with respect to the technical issues and the regulatory challenges on creating and maintaining a multi-stakeholder environment across the African region within the domain name industry. Prof. Alison, over to you.
My apologies. That moment, my great giant dog chose to start barking very loudly and jumping out the window. I'm hoping I'll give it a quick speech before I can have to switch off my mute again. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to see some, now I can have to say, old faces on this panel. Really looking forward to it. So I think the question that you've posed, which I hope I got the main thrust of, is an important one for us to reflect on, sort of 20 years into the domain name registry process in South Africa, which was very much part of a kind of leading global process of reform, of acknowledging the complex adaptive systems that internet had introduced both into our economy and our society, and the need for new forms of government and new forms of governance that included the expertise of a range of people that actually sat outside government. No longer could you be running infrastructure with a chief engineer and maybe a legal person to just manage internal regulatory affairs. And so you've got the development throughout the reform processes that we saw in the multilateral organizations around the GATS processes, the World Trade Organization processes, and then these domestic reforms that we saw in line with the processes of privatization and liberalization that really fed the internet, and the internet fed, breaking down the kind of natural monopolies that we had. And growing with this process, as Andile Nkaba mentioned this morning, with this process, the World Summit on the Information Society processes, was this acknowledgement that we would have to try and adjust the internet governance systems that were outside of government, basically with predecessors to ICANN, and get more involvement in there, which ICANN essentially being run up besides through the American Department of Commerce, through technical people involved with the development of the internet. And so, of course, we've had various adjustments and iterations to that to try and make the process more inclusive. And at the same time, we've had a very strong development of civil society inputs following WSIS into the Internet Governance Forum, very strongly driven by many people who are here today. And of course, we have Henriette Esterhazen, who is the head of the MAG, and actually commissioned last year a multi-stakeholder study, which I'll put on a chat if she doesn't, that we did just actually looking at the participation. So, the Secretariat provided data in order to look at who was actually participating in these multi-stakeholder processes. So I suppose what I'm saying is, on the one hand, we've had these processes that have acknowledged these changes, that have allowed for the expertise of different stakeholders to inform governance. On the other hand, there's been a growing critique of what multi-stakeholderism means, the concerns around tokenism, the concerns that it's informed by assumptions of Western democracy, of participation and of representation that are not in many other parts of the world. And you now don't have the normative consensus that you had, that drove the internet and the governance of the internet, with the rise of, for example, the enormous Chinese market, effectively an ecosystem of its own, with incredibly powerful and strong implications for Africa and Africa's governance. And then just very quickly, one last thing on the African governance that you were speaking about. So so many people have mentioned the importance of a continental position on this, on pulling various parts of the continent up at the domain registry level to where South Africa is, which, as Lucky was pointing out, is not very good. If you actually look even pro rata, the enormous Brazilian population, the registry there, the role that it's played, very much a multi-stakeholder organization, quite dominated by government, but very strong participation from academia, very strong participation of the fantastic indicators at the BR-NIC, NIC-BR, who collect all this fabulous data that everybody's been speaking about us being so short of. And I should add that Zadna actually contributed to the last after access survey that we did in South Africa, that provided really the only demand side data we had during COVID that could be accurately forecast and used to try and understand why essentially the first data-driven revolution was just passing South Africa and Africa by in many ways because of the lack of internet penetration that people have spoken about. So I think it's really important in this context to understand the global governance dimensions of multi-stakeholderism, that because of the nature of the internet, we've got to be looking at engaging far more actively in global governance. And then we've got to look at getting the multi-stakeholder model to really work. As I said, in some parts of the continent, not working because of the lack of civil society, but at the international level, at international forums like the IGF, just a really incredibly, lack of African government participation. And so we really need to get, governments participating in this global governance and in these, essentially what are now, the global governance of digital public goods, of global digital public goods, because that then raises responsibilities for all countries. It doesn't become a matter of only a sovereign state issue that you need to address at the domestic level. If as somebody was saying this morning, I think it was Neil, issues of cybersecurity, issues of internet, issues of data. If at the global level, you're as strong as your weakest link, then at a public interest level, at a public goods governance level, we have to look at the global cooperation that is needed to bring people online to access these public goods, which all citizens of the world, all citizens of countries are entitled to, and then to provide the safe and trusted environment to govern that through multi-stakeholder participation and responsibility of the different stakeholders for their different roles in those.
Thank you very much, Prof. Allison. That was, I think, very well said, and also addresses the question that I was about to ask you in terms of the challenges around the regulatory environments that you see across Africa, and what has worked and what hasn't worked, particularly in the domain name industry. But thank you. I'll move on to Prof. Ni. First time we met was back in 1997 in Kuala Lumpur, and it's really good to see you again. We've met many times across the years. And yes, Ni, as having participated in industry, across industry regulatory bodies, in education. What aspects do you think is important beyond the regulatory environment, particularly around domain name uptake? What have you seen? What is your assessment?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, Theo and I have worked very closely in the past, and we continue to, especially in establishing Afrinic, and I think we concur with what Andile Nkaba's message on the role of South Africa funding Afrinic initiative and hosting at SCSR. With that, I must ask the technical community, in particular in South Africa, as founding chairman of Afrinic, to treasure and protect this contribution to Africa's internet and DNS. Okay, I think it's important new participants know the history and appreciate the sacrifices in the journey, including all that you've heard, and Theo's contribution and several others who I'm not able to mention at this time. I believe that such forums as you're having are really beginning, but I'll tell you more about additional things that will strengthen the community you are trying to build, because you need it in order to build what you're looking for, the strong and resilient domain name ecosystem. That's very important. My comments are going to be on 3 axes, and the first being the technical issues, which are really private sector led, as well as our approach in the multi-stakeholder way of coordinating on the DNS market, plus the preservation of the multi-stakeholder process within this context. The Africa DNS technical issues, like other internet services in the region, we have our challenges, lack of local expertise, some resiliency challenges, scalability, deployment, and so on. Now, but we've been making progress and efforts in capacity building across all the sectors, the AFNOGs and the AF stars, to try and mitigate. But we do have retention challenges, because as our engineers mature, they move to global space, leaving Africa constantly depleted. And I think we should be addressing those kinds of concerns as well. We would like them to develop and grow and become global, just as we are, but we also like them to create more, so that we are not totally depleted of senior level technical resources. Our DNS itself is moving from plain DNS to traditional, plain DNS, vanilla, traditional, to more modern DNS, addressing new issues. We still have our challenges of DNSSEC, has been discussed in a CAS, DNS over V6, DNS privacy, IDN, malware mitigation, and so on. Okay, and they will continue to follow us. Okay, we have to address our issue of signing zones. We only have 35. There are over 35 still showing not signed. There are some among us that don't share the same Africa's technical vision that some of us shared as far back as the 90s to build up these institutions that you see. And they tend to focus on what's not right in Africa, but we also have others who want to do things for us and will portray us as technically incapable, which is not true, because we know we have done things. We have come this far nonetheless, okay? And I don't think we're about to see the DNS market because of the internet wanted it's good. In the end, we did not evolve as expected, reasons. Sometimes market share small, technical issues, lack of incentives to participate by actors, that's registrars, hosting, ISPs, and so on. Sometimes also not understanding well or staying in the roles that address more vibrant invariably, interventions of governments or public authorities tend to address issues from top down, which inadvertently suggests the failure. What we do is easy, but it is very tough work, and the industry actors need commendations, in my opinion. Africa's DNS could have easily been operated completely from outside. So these little achievements are approach used in the technical community or in building networks is coordination of bottom-up processes. Technical side would thus feel a top-down approach as chaos and affecting confidence and stability of services. Recall that the actors of the technical industry each have decision authority on their piece of the DNS system and no one central control. Therefore, a fragile balance is best maintained when public authorities focus on governance on the DNS, i.e. user behavior, public policy, while industry focus on provision of the DNS services, which is governance of the DNS, and that's definitely bottom up. It's well known that the technical community cannot build any mousetrap without a user market community telling it or selecting what it is desired. So technical community tends to stay in its role. From experience, we know some stakeholders try to become technical experts as they learn this fascinating technology, but we don't want them to abandon their roles, their native roles, and that's a concern. We have also seen stakeholders pretending public policy authority. Not unexpectedly, we have also seen some technical communities say, okay, I'll take my soccer ball and go play somewhere else. All these jeopardize the trust required. By the way, Africa understands too well top-down approach, as we have seen many advocates of bottom-up approach become the most top-down in behavior when community give them opportunity, give them some authority. It has therefore been difficult to reorient our minds and actions in the multi-stakeholder approach to the community decisions we yearn for. In preserving the MS multi-stakeholder approach, we call on all of us to take more and more inclusive approach in all solutions and build trust in attempting to fix the DNS industry. The MS community decision-making should not be confused with consultation when an authority has decided and is seeking public comment. The nature of network, their impact, their ownership requires we decide together. At this forum, for example, we see discussion, we see debate, but we don't see a working group activity where we are making decisions documented, containing set of ideas in solving a known problem we have. That really is the purpose of the multi-stakeholder approach, and it goes beyond dialogue. We shall build on all the initiatives, including local digitalization efforts to give life to local namespaces. Most importantly, the internet benefits everyone, and we should embrace it as an inclusive place we live. We will continue to update and develop new BCP, meaning current practices in the namespace, the DNS governance, taking into account new realities, which we have to factor in. We have new actors, government networks are new actors, research and education networks are maturing, private enterprises, private companies are expanding, blockchain namespaces players are appearing, payments, fintech players are also coming, even decentralized identity is coming through W3C. So we should really, open up and see what's happening. The multi-stakeholder approach is issue-based, requires respect to merit and cooperation as we share common interests of growing the DNS industry, working by what we can live with, not what is right, what we can live with, and that is consensus. Africa has come a long way and still struggling with success stories, some good and bad news on the DNS market. ZA ecosystem is expected to lead and show good examples for the rest of the continent to follow. But beyond the success of the COSA and the leadership in managing .Africa, we look forward to you showing the way with a vibrant and resilient name ecosystem, which serves beyond South Africa. These are my thoughts for you. Thank you.
Lee, thank you very much. And I think you've addressed some very, very important issues. And yeah, it's right up my alley as well. More of a bottom-up ground, from the ground up approach to multi-stakeholder involvement rather than a top-down approach. Yes, these are the challenges that I'm with you that we faced in South Africa and across the African continent. But then let's move on to Bob and Ching, if I think I've got the name right. Bob, I'm not sure if we've met, perhaps we have met across meetings, ICANN meetings, across Africa and those kind of places. But yeah, perhaps you can talk a little bit about the challenges you have experienced and the outcome you are hoping to achieve with your participation at ICANN to address the issues of multi-stakeholder participation in the domain name industry for this part of the world, specifically when it comes to economics, what I could colloquially call ICANN taxes in terms of participating in the GTLD environment. What are you hoping to achieve with your role in ICANN over the next couple of years to address the multi-stakeholder and especially Africa problems?
Thank you very much, and real appreciation for the invitation to join this panel and to listen also to speakers such as Dr. Nee and Dr. Gilward. I would want to focus my contribution around 3 parts. I think the first one, and you mentioned economics, multi-stakeholderism. I want us to, first of all, just have a snapshot of where we are coming from. Sometimes I think an appreciation of a little bit of our history, especially from a DNS perspective, does a great deal in refocusing us into the problem at hand as we move on into highlighting the technical issues as raised. Maybe a decade ago, talking about DNS was alien. I wonder how many countries really had that as an issue even to bother them. So we are looking at a scenario where for the last few years, the real focus in looking at the DNS as actually a potential contributor to the IGDP of any particular country is just gaining momentum. The historical arrangement in Africa was such that our problems at that time were very different, and DNS was the least of them. So whoever was managing a CCTLD, if it was operational in the first case, really did not matter. And for a very long time, a large majority of our countries had their CCTLDs being managed from outside of Africa, as Dr. Nee postulates. And it has taken quite a bit of time to progress from that. And today we are moving into a scenario where almost 90% of our countries are almost having their CCTLDs at least managed within their borders. I think that has been progress. And this is why when we talk about progress and when we talk about how well or how poorly we are doing, sometimes it's also important to underscore the progress that we have made so that it is not all bleak. Second to that was the whole issue as the issue of the DNS got more clarity and visibility on the focus on its governance. So for a very long time, we were struggling between who is actually managing the CCTLD or our DNS infrastructure at the national level vis-a-vis what is the business opportunity that infrastructure portends. So a lot of focus was on the ownership and not the business potential that infrastructure portends at a national level. And it has also taken a while for us to move the narrative from ownership to custody for the benefit of everyone, a custodian of a public good and not an owner of an infrastructure. So we've had a lot of challenge from a national level on who owns the national DNS infrastructure, rather than looking at that infrastructure as a custodian for the public, for the better good of the country at large. That was part of our history, and a lot of time went into resolving that and refocusing that discussion. And today there's progress. But at the same time, in the same period, a lot of clamor to actually make the industry, the ICT industry as a whole, more accessible, was also to the benefit of the DNS. In fact, in the last decade, for example, through the creation of platforms such as, the AF stars, so Afrinic, the AF TLD, even the regional and national IGF forums have all sort of supported and enhanced that visibility and focus on the DNS, particularly. And therefore, while it was not necessarily the actual debate in the various platforms, whether it's IGF, whether it's Afrinic, but that domino effect has benefited the African DNS from a visibility perspective and from having other stakeholders, especially those that are not normally, in the technical community, like government, like the financial sector, start to note that the DNS can also potentially contribute to the IGDP. As we speak today, at the global level, we do have around 350 million domain names, total registrations globally. And interestingly, in the top 10 names by registration numbers, 7 of those top level domain names are country code names, or CCTLDs, if you may. But you'll be surprised that none out of those 7 CCTLDs are actually from Africa. And as we say, in Africa, we perceive South Africa as doing very well, or .za as doing very well, at around 1.3 million domain names. But if you map that against our real population of over 1.3 billion something, then you start to see how well or how poorly we are doing. And I think I like a note by a participant from the floor in the previous panel on the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. I don't know to what extent this particular industry is angling or is posturing to be part of that discussion, because today we are looking at our namespace or DNS business from a set of 54, 55 countries. So you take 1.3 billion or a market of 1.3 billion, and you segregate it or separate it into inward-looking markets of country-specific markets, which essentially reduces that market significantly. So when you say South Africa, or when South Africa is at 1.3 million, Nairobi, where I sit, is at a paltry 100,000 domain names out of over 50 million people. What if we looked at Africa as one single market, which is the vision of the AfCFTA, okay? Then you start to see why, for example, .cn, which is China, is in the top 10, while Africa is neither there. So I think one of the barriers that we actually need to look at, and I like what Lucky says about harmonization, is so that we stop looking at our name infrastructure inwardly within countries and look at harmonization, where registrars look at Africa as a market. And this is the vision of the AfCFTA. That is when the DNS subsector can start contributing substantially and effectively to the rest of the GDP. Google and the IFC did a very interesting report in 2020, which projects that the digital economy in Africa has the potential of contributing $180 billion into the African GDP. But that is only possible when you look at Africa as Africa, not as 54 countries. So some of the barriers are, from where we sit, actually within our hands to push for, for their eradication. And the DNS ecosystem, which was cited in the last panel, registrars registries and registrants really have to break the barriers in between so that we look at this market as one homogeneous market. That is where the potential lies. But I think Africa has done it before, and I think there is that capacity to do it, to really innovate and form partnerships and really embrace new technologies. If what we're seeing by mobile solutions or mobile money solutions is anything to go by, it demonstrates that Africa can actually very easily adopt new technologies to their advantage. So it can be done. We can actually transform the DNS industry to be that effective contributor to our IGDPs because it has been done before. I think three things: embracing change, innovative regulatory and policy interventions, and becoming early adopters is some of the areas that Africa can actually leverage on. Looking at the youthful market, the very vibrant startups that are coming in, and a youthful and a better educated youthful population that is coming into Africa to transform the DNS industry, to significantly contribute to our IGDP. It is possible, and it's one of the things that as ICANN would want to actually achieve in Africa. I think this would be my initial thoughts around multi-stakeholderism and the technical potential of the DNS industry as a business contributor to our IGDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. And yeah, with that, could we move over to Barak Otino? Barak, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Barak, yes. Good meeting you again. We've met a couple of times. Okay, and I've got a question for you which may just guide you in terms of your responses. What, in a nutshell, is your assessment of the regulatory environments both here and across the continents, and how has this impacted on the uptake of CCTLDs with the consequent impact on society and the economic benefits therefrom?
Sorry, if you could kindly just repeat the question.
Sure. What in a nutshell is your assessment of the regulatory? Can you hear me, Barak?
Yes, I can hear you now very well.
Okay, let's try it again. What in a nutshell is your assessment of the regulatory environments across the African region? Okay, and how has this impacted on the uptake of CCTLDs, with you playing a leading role in FTLD, with the consequent impact on society and the economic benefits that the various regions and the various countries can obtain from this?
Thank you very much for that question. With respect to the regulatory environment, I will try to sum up in one statement, and I would say that in my opinion, it's not evolving as quickly as technology is. And so in a way, we are seeing a situation in which as a continent, we actually have to play catch up with technology, the direction it is going. And the net result is sometimes the regulatory environment is acting as an inhibitor to technology, especially when I take it into consideration the comments that the previous speaker and my colleague Bob has made regarding looking at the domain name ecosystem from a scale perspective, from a cross-border perspective. Then you realize that we still have policies and regulatory challenges that are hindering uptake of domain names across borders, which in itself is a negative, is something negative for the continent. Having said that, I'm mindful of the fact that if you look at evolution of the internet in Africa, I would take it that most African countries, be it in sub-Saharan Africa, are still within what I would consider the youthful stage or age, because majority of the countries started having internet connectivity between 1990 or between 1992 towards the year 2000. So if you look at it, it is safe to say that averagely connectivity in the continent is somewhere around 30 years old. Now, youthfulness can be associated with vigor and vibrancy. But again, to get maximum benefit out of the youthful stage, the right environment has to be there, or the right ecosystem has to be there. And in our case, the right environment or ecosystem is the right regulatory environment. So in a nutshell, my thoughts are, I still feel that we could do more in the area of policy. Having said that, and with specific reference to African CCTLDs, where I work as the manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization, among the many other roles, I must say that we've come a long way. And I just want to articulate or highlight a number of issues that I feel are important for us to appreciate, even as we look at what does the future portray or contain, what does the future look like, and what can the future offer us. First of all, I'll start by saying that stronger CCTLDs are key in having a stronger domain name ecosystem, specifically in Africa. And when I look at the role of strong CCTLDs in Africa, and I will start with .za, which I've worked with very closely for a while and many years. I have collaborated, or we at AFTLD have worked very closely with ZEDNA and the ZACR to conduct very many training sessions across the African continent. And to me, this just goes to show that when we have strong CCTLDs, then we are able to build strong and vibrant ecosystems. And even before I talk about what we've been able to do or what we have been able to achieve, it's important to look back at the evolution of the domain name system in Africa. The internet pioneers on the continent, and I'm happy to share the stage with Professor Nee, who is considered a pioneer or the father of internet on the African continent, played a key role in, first of all, establishing institutions that would champion internet development on the African continent. And I know that there are many on the call who have just heard of the AF-STAR, and they may not understand what does AF-STAR mean. So AF-STAR basically speaks to African internet organizations. The most common one is AFRINIC. We have Africa Top Level Domains Organization that I represent. We have AFNOG, which is one of the oldest, actually started way back in 2000, Africa Network Operators Group. We have the Africa Research and Education Network, to name but a few. But the first role was to create these institutions and these institutional frameworks. And these institutions and these institutional frameworks have been the vehicles through which we have been able to conduct capacity building and capacity development on the African continent. Because at some point, skills were the challenge. But over the last 10 years or over the last decade, as Bob said, we spent so much time training engineers. And I must admit that currently more than 95% of the country code top level domain registries on the continent are automated. We have adequate skills within the continent to be able to support most of these registries. But now we have business and regulatory challenges, which brings me back to the question that you have asked. So the question is, how do we address these business and regulatory challenges? Now, the Africa Domain Name System Forum is one such solution. But at the Africa Domain Name System Forum, we realized that this is not enough. We needed to bring it to national level. Hence, the national initiatives like the South African Domain Name System Forum that we have today. This is just part of the effort towards ensuring that the domain name ecosystem is more inclusive and is more diverse. But do we need to do more? Yes, we need to do more. What are some of the things that we need to do? While we were conducting the technical training sessions, the focus was largely on building technical competence. There was little focus on policy and regulatory issues. But we are at the place where we now need to bring regulators into the fold. We now need to bring other stakeholders that may not necessarily feature in the day-to-day running of CCTLDs, but who are important in ensuring that the ecosystem is able to grow and to prosper. And this is why in conversations such as this, which we are encouraging that they be held at national level or at the lowest level possible, we now have to include regulators so that they are able to first of all understand the domain name system, understand the domain name ecosystem, understand their role in facilitating and ensuring that the domain name system serves the African people the way it is supposed to serve. Because at the end of the day, it is the African people who will be the ultimate beneficiaries of the domain name ecosystem. As I conclude, I want to put it I want to emphasize on the fact that if you look at internet governance in Africa or development of internet governance in Africa, you will appreciate the role that country code top-level domain systems or other top-level domain systems have played in supporting internet governance conversations at national level, at sub-regional level, and even at continental level. And therefore, I submit it to us that strong CCTLDs, strong TLDs, because now we have more options that have been opened up, are crucial to internet development and by extension, economic development of the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barak. And yeah, perhaps as a final word, I would like to say thanks very much to the ZADNA for arranging this forum. And let's hope that this kind of work can continue and that maybe some outcomes of this would be some tangibles for providing things like mentorship for some of the guys that are trying to create businesses, provide some infrastructure for some of the guys that are trying to create these businesses from the ground up and to make it easier for them to participate in this business by registering domain names, make it easy for them by creating websites, by selling their skills, by selling their products, and provide the mentorship, the mentorship from the leaders of industry in how to establish a business, how to create a business, not the stuff that you learn at university, but hey, how to knock on a banker's door to say, hey, I need some funding. This is my business model. This is how I can achieve. This is how I can achieve building a business in which I can employ people who can become productive members of society. And then, yeah, perhaps to the panelists, maybe just a brief final word. Alison, I don't know if you have a final word.
Perhaps just building on the fabulous inputs we've had in this panel, but just to come back to the issue of the importance of regulatory coordination, if we're going to realize the benefits of things like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I specifically wanted to just say, in the context of the digital transformation strategy of the African Union, towards achieving a single digital market, in order to, so that all countries actually benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Otherwise, it's just going to be, South Africa, the bigger countries that have got the competencies to allow for the digital underpinnings of that market, and of course the cross-border flows and these kinds of things. But I just wanted to say, having been involved in that process, that we really need to, we've looked very strongly at in the Africa Data Policy Framework at the need for preconditional foundational infrastructure, both information infrastructure and critical infrastructure. And what was really missing from that is actually the importance of DNS coordination amongst regulators and of course between countries. So I just wanted to flag that there's still opportunities to put into that process and to make sure that these regulators and domain name registries are more actively involved in that process, which really sought to try and be more consultative and multi-stakeholder, although obviously the decisions go to the member states ultimately in the end. But thank you so much for such an interesting panel.
Thank you, Prof. Alison. And Prof. Nee, do you have a final word for us?
Okay, you asked, so I have to try and give you some. Okay, I think I think we should focus on truly, sincerely building the multi-stakeholder approach, because our context is quite top-down. Okay, I mean, let's be honest, we are quite top-down. Meaning, what is most familiar to people is I decide, so you follow, or I decide, so I want your input. No, what we are asking is that we together will discuss and define a problem, and then we together will, debate and find what the solutions are, and it will be all documented and to all be based on issues and so on and so forth. So I don't want the decision process to be taken away from the people who are trying to coordinate. It will be a disaster if we do that. Now, for the Continental Free Trade Area, you're going to see that because regulation lacks technology, some of these things will happen before there need for, it hits that you've got to include us. We will do our best to, be proactive. But for example, instead of looking to newer technology, we seem to be building still the old technologies. For instance, recently there was a pass, I'll be quite direct. And I think this is a payment system interconnection of the different countries. See, in other words, we decided we couldn't do the monetary union, but we'll do interoperability, which is like connecting all the switches. Now, don't you think that if we're to truly ride on the internet and we're truly to adopt blockchain technology and some continental cryptocurrency, maybe, stable coin of sorts, who would have done the leapfrog that we are talking about? So, sometimes our regulation needs to go much faster, and we have lots of fintech companies in South Africa and the rest of the area that will be very eager to jump in to address some of these issues. The last bit for me is that a lot of these things are honestly based on, and Theo knows this very well, trust and cooperation. You can imagine the problems that today we may think one particular institution has, maybe AFNOG or Afrinic has, but imagine when there was nothing and we had to, find a way to put it. That tells you the level of cooperation that's required. And so as far as we want to preserve every little success that we've got, although we want to enhance them as fast as we can, but we want to go together. We want to go together, which means that discussions of divisions based on background and so on and so forth are things that we leave at the door. The things we bring in here is that we all want to do it. We want to build this thing. If somebody needs help, or I can suggest something, or somebody can, do it for the person and bring them up, that's what we want to see. I want to see that fire, that something doesn't exist and we want to put it there, as opposed to, I got it, and you have to struggle to get it. In this industry, the biggest problem is that the latecomer suffers the most, you see? And so we saw that, and that is why we're struggling very hard to push for these quote-unquote AF stars to emerge. So at least we can have a semblance of coordinating some work there and giving opportunity for those things to emerge. I mean, nobody is going to say that it's my fault for being born late, okay? But at the same time, we must try to help newcomers come in very quickly with less and less impedance. I think this is the kind of spirit I'm asking, and it comes with the trust, it comes with the cooperation, it comes with the feeling that we are not going to hurt ourselves because we have suffered to put the little we have in place. And that's really the message for me. And let's hold it and let's make it work, because we have no other choice. If you start doing any major changes at the bottom, you have to retest all the top, and it will go all the way to above governance, and it will be very difficult for us to contain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nii. And Bob, a last word from you, briefly.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. For the DNS debate to, get visibility at the national level, then that discussion indeed has to happen at the national level. And I can only thank Zedna for, deepening, I would say, multi-stakeholderism at the national level by so far championing 3 processes, in my view, that is really supporting this initiative. First of all, championing the national IGF in South Africa, championing the national SIG, School of Internet Governance in South Africa, because that is the medium that will also go a long way in introducing those new people, the new interested youth into this debate and this ecosystem. And lastly, launching the National DNS Forum. All these processes in one way help a great deal in lifting the national DNS debate to the policymakers' ears. That is when they'll start listening. And as Prof. Nii says in very many words sometimes, while the process needs to be multi-stakeholder, and multi-stakeholder is not merely consultative, it is multi-stakeholder. We decide together. The outcomes do not necessarily need to be multi-stakeholder. So let us inculcate a process of multi-stakeholderism in the various processes that do happen at the national level. Let us localize multi-stakeholderism. Then the outcomes, whichever approach or structure they take, will be better accommodated and acceptable to the rest of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob. And Barak, final brief word from you.
Thank you very much. Mine is to really commend Zedna and all the South African stakeholders for convening such an important conversation. Actually, as we speak, Benin pioneered this. We've had the Benin DNS Forum. We've had the Chad DNS Forum. We've had the Cameroon DNS Forum. We've had the Kenya DNS Forum. And I'm glad that South Africa has also taken up the challenge to lead the way. And in March, we are looking forward to having the Botswana DNS Forum. And I think let's all convene in this forum because some of the sentiments that have been shared here and great perspectives are very beneficial in transforming most of the African countries and building a stronger DNS ecosystem in Africa. With that, once again, congratulations to everyone who made this a success and looking forward to participating in the next South Africa DNS Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barak. And thank you to the panelists and a huge thank you to all the participants. And Pierre D'Angelo, good to see you on the chat. Hope to see you soon again. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very, very much. That was absolutely a fascinating panel, and I think a great day to end the first conference, the first South African DNS Forum. So I think it was absolutely fantastic, well moderated. Thank you so much for that great moderation. That was really, really fascinating listening to all the different speakers chatting there. Thank you very much to Theo, and thanks to all of you for taking part today. And I mean, you know, when you look at the backdrop of our continent and the discussions that we've had today, I need to remind you all that, you know, across the continent, we've got to do things for Africa by Africans. And it's key. And we need to look at things like the innovation hubs we were talking about earlier. Across the continent, there are 650 innovation hubs. We need to grow those innovation hubs. There are 700,000 professional developers across Africa. 50% of those are concentrated in Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa. What are we doing for the rest of the continent is the question. Yes, the likes of Google and Facebook are investing and there's infrastructure coming in, which is fantastic. But to think about that the penetration of the internet on this continent is going to be extraordinary. Every 10% increase in broadband penetration sees the GDP of a country increase by 1.4%. And I did mention this earlier, that there are going to be 300 million Africans coming online for the first time on the internet in the next 5 years. So we're living on such an exciting continent that's full of opportunities. And when you look at the population growth by 2050, Africa is going to have a population of 2.5 billion people, and a third of the world's youngest people aged between 15 and 35. What are we doing for those young people today? What kind of a legacy are we leaving behind for those young people today? So, you know, it's exciting, but we need to look at this, at the discussions that we've had today, and we need to take them forward to the next level. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to Zadna and ICANN for organizing this conference, and thank you to the fantastic panelists, the fantastic moderators that we've had today, and the incredible talks. It's been very interesting listening to everybody. Thank you very much. Drive safely, and we'll hope to see you soon. Take care. Wait, whoa. This is the second time I've done it. Where's the, oh my gosh. I forgot about the moderator earlier, and I forgot about the most important ending of the day. My apologies. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Chief Executive Officer at ZA Domain Name Authority, Mr. Molehi Wesi. Thank you very much. And I did say to him earlier that he is the best dressed man here today. So please face the audience. I think that we will all agree with you. Thank you very much. You need to tell us where you get your suits from.
From the truck. I hope I'm audible. So it's been quite an interesting day. It's always daunting to be a closer, and I'll try my best without rehashing what the colleagues have said. So you know what, Aki, you said something which is quite interesting to say. What legacy would we like to leave behind? I would like to invent that. In fact, I just asked people as we are talking inside the room, I asked them on social media, what legacy would we love to leave behind if we were the next generation? Is it something that we will strive for, you know, live within that legacy? And that's a question that hopefully those that are in this room can ask themselves. It's quite strange coming from a young person as myself, but I think it's quite interesting that we should always introspect as individuals, be it you are young, you are old, because there's a generation that comes behind us, and there's also kids that we brought into this world. With that said, let me thank the partners. Throughout the day, we have ignored one important partner that has sponsored us, ZACR. Thank you very much, Ntate Ngagaru. To our colleagues from ICANN, thank you very much. To the panelists, the moderators, and of course, the program director, I won't forget you. And most importantly, of course, the keynote speaker who couldn't be here with us, but took time out of his busy schedule to record a video of which hopefully we'll share with everyone on our website. And to Prof. Mashau, some of my board members that I saw online, having conversation with everyone. Most importantly, to the participants in the room, thank you very much for spending an entire day. I know Mondays are not good days, especially in Johannesburg, and we brought you to Sandton and there was traffic, it rained, and all of those. Nonetheless, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think what one learned is it's quite interesting across these sessions. And one thing that I have to note is that we will be producing a report from this particular engagement, and hopefully it will bring out some of the discussion points. And it speaks to what was stated to say we need to move beyond having talk shops coming out with something that is actionable. But it goes without saying, without of course neglecting what everyone has said, I think what stuck out for me was a number of questions that it leaves me with. And I hope my team have taken note of those and will start having internal discussions and of course engage our stakeholders.
But before I go to those questions, one thing that's quite interesting about South Africa, I'm not sure if colleagues would remember that I heard Ndati Kodishan talking about platforms. So, fun fact, webmail was created around about 1997. And Yahoo Mail was created 3 months in the same year. Another one was the most interesting one, the Student Village, was created in 2000, and Facebook followed suit. We had Mixit, but we never took the opportunity that was available. And it speaks to what the previous speakers have said. You have to be first to market, and you have to leverage those opportunities that are presented. And I think with the brains that we have inside this room, we can achieve that as South Africans, and of course, as Africans at large. Now, coming to the questions that one picked out while I wrap up today's session is, how do you balance proactiveness versus reactiveness? Now, starting to talk about how do we now secure the environment and ensure that you have adequate infrastructure, and how do you now not say everything is critical, but just targeting those crucial points within our environment or namespace. Leveraging partnerships and collaborations to create opportunities for young people, women, and those that are living with disabilities. How do we involve them? Inclusion. And for me, inclusion, colleagues, it's something that's quite sensitive. We tend to sugarcoat this. We need to understand one fundamental thing. When you start talking about inclusion, you start talking about transformation. And if you start talking about transformation, you need to understand that you will become a casualty of that particular transformation you are advocating for. So you need to be prepared as beneficiaries. So with that said, we need to strive for meaningful and impactful inclusion rather than, of course, striving for integration. How do we collaborate better and secure the namespace while we ensure that we don't cyber shame those victims that we know of? You know, it sort of broke my heart when I saw someone saying they have been, conned out of money. It takes guts for a person to put that there. We need to actually honor that and say, you know what, we praise you for your braveness, and how can we help? And I'm looking towards my colleagues that are within the space to assist that particular colleague that joined. And I believe it's the same person that actually highlighted this during our AGM. So now the agency is there, and we don't want to be questioned and to be found wanting to say we have ignored cries and pleas of people. And as much as one is a regulator, I think we have been lashed to say, open up the space, make it, a multi-stakeholder. We believe in the multi-stakeholderism principle. However, ours is to strive for driving a vibrant namespace through an enabling regulatory framework, opening up the market, ensuring that those that are vulnerable are protected, because it's important to always have a regulator. The role of a regulator is to educate, make those that are unaware aware, and also protect the vulnerable. You could imagine if our space was devoid of that, there could have been a lot of backlash. Considering our history as a country, that's quite important. As we move forward, maybe there will be a ZNOW in the future, only God knows, and only the members will drive that. However, at the current moment, we need to protect those that are vulnerable, create platforms and create spaces similar to these ones so that conversations can continue beyond these four walls. On that note, colleagues, I don't want to keep you any further. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wesley, and thank you for throwing all that shade on me. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. But absolutely right. And thank you very much to, once again, everybody for your participation today. And I actually forgot about some of those places you mentioned, the likes of Mixit and Webmail. I remember that Webmail account. Yeah, interesting how we were first to market with so many things. And I hope that we will have many of those first to markets on the continent in the future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your evening.